Welcome in, everybody, here to we're live on KSDJ Radio here at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. Thank you guys for joining us today for the matchup between the Western Illinois Leathernecks and the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. We're about 15 minutes away from kickoff here, so welcome into the Jackrabbit pregame show. We've got a lot of information coming to you, and then we'll get it to Tristan Hanna for the play-by-play later on. I do believe they're going to be queuing up the national anthem here after that, but we've got a pretty big matchup here. You know, a lot of people think Western Illinois, they're 0-4, and we'll have more on that later, but Western Illinois is definitely a team that you still have to look out for. You have to look out for every matchup on your schedule. The Jackrabbits obviously coming off of a huge win last week at then-ranked number 7 in the country, Missouri State. They are currently in action again up north in Grand Forks, North Dakota, against the UND Fighting Hawks. They're locked in a battle there, 21-20 at halftime, so we'll keep you posted on that throughout the game. And as I said, they're ready to cue up the national anthem, so we'll go ahead and send it down to the field for that.
At this time, we ask that you please rise, remove your hats, and direct your attention to the center of the field for the presentation of colors by the SDSU Army ROTC program. We honor America as our national anthem is performed by the Pride of the Dakota's Marching Band. Today, the anthem is conducted by Director of Concert Bands, Dr. Jacob Wallace.
So, once again, that was the national anthem being performed by the Pride of the Dakota's Marching Band, the color guard presented by South Dakota State University Army ROTC. So now we're just under 10 minutes away from kickoff here at Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. I think we're going to go ahead and take a break. We'll delve into a little bit more of recaps for both of these teams, a little bit of a preview coming up, and then we'll get into kickoff here on your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics, KSDJ Radio.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I spent a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. And in '09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Welcome back, everybody, here to Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium for our matchup between the Western Illinois Leathernecks and the South Dakota State Jackrabbits. You may be hearing in the background some video. The Jackrabbits are ready to come out onto the field. The 3-1 overall Jackrabbits of South Dakota State. 1-0 in Missouri Valley Football Conference play after beating Missouri State last week, then ranked number 7 in the country, now ranked number 9. And so now let's just take a look at SDSU's scoring summary from last game. Their first scoring drive was a 10-play, 92 yards that took off 5 minutes and 43 seconds off the clock, and that culminated in a 3-yard touchdown pass from Mark Gronowski to Jaden Yankee, and the PAT was good. After that, they went up 14-0 after a 4-play, 24-yard drive that also culminated in a pass from Gronowski to a Yankee. This time it was the other Yankee, Jackson, for 13 yards. MSU came back to tie things up at 14-all, but that's when South Dakota State ran away with it in the fourth quarter. 2 scoring drives, both passes from Mark Gronowski, one to Zach Hines from 21 yards out, and then another one from Jaden Yankee. So Yankee getting 2 touchdown receptions on the day. Final score of that one, 28-14. We're now going to go ahead and bring in our announcer for the day, our play-by-play announcer, Tristan Hanna. Tristan, any thoughts about last week's performance by the Jacks?
I think it was pretty tight, I would say, early on, and then the Jackrabbits got to the point where they were like, okay, this is not going to work. We have to wrap this up. We're coming off a win. We don't want to go back home to play Western Illinois and have a L under our belt going into that game. And so they're coming into this game with full confidence, and I think they realized that right in time.
Yeah, as you mentioned, coming into this game, definitely full of confidence. 1-0 on the year in Missouri Valley Football Conference play. 3-1 overall, only loss coming to Big Ten, Iowa. I'd say that's a pretty good a pretty good run so far on the field now being honored is going to be the president of South Dakota State University, Barry Dunn. He was actually the winner of the Harold W. McGraw Jr. Higher Education Award this past week, so congratulations to him. He's currently being honored down on the field, while the pride of the Dakotas make their way from left to right back to the south end of the stadium, where they are going to be seated until halftime when their performance comes across. Going to go ahead and take a look at what else is happening in Jackrabbit athletics today. Earlier this morning, the equestrian team started off their season with their yellow and blue scrimmage at Dehan Equestrian Center. Also happening today, earlier on this morning, both men's and women's cross country at the Briar Cliff Invite in Sioux City, Iowa, so not too far away from here. Obviously this football game, and then after this football game, if you can, make your way to Frost Arena almost directly after this football game, as the volleyball team is going to be taking a part in their South Dakota showdown for the year against in-state rival South Dakota Coyotes.
Big game.
A huge game. The Coyotes coming in off of a loss, actually, to another one of South Dakota State's rivals, North Dakota State. They got upset in that one, but overall they're 13-2 on the season with the power of Elizabeth Junkie. So a huge one on that. We were going to have that on KSDJ. It's just too small of a window from after this game is done to get everything set up over there.
Right.
But hopefully we're going to be having some volleyball. So now happening down on the field is the coin toss. So South Dakota State won the toss, elected to defer.
Which way do you want to kick? Okay, come around.
So all the procedures happening.
Western Illinois will receive.
So Western Illinois will start things off for this game as the two teams meet between the hash marks to shake hands, as we're down to under 2 minutes away from kickoff. Now it's time to take a look around the valley. Happening today, as I mentioned before, the number 9 ranked Missouri State Bears taking on the North Dakota Fighting Hawks up in Grand Forks. That game started at noon, and currently it is in the second half, and still gridlocked pretty much. 21-20, Missouri State up over North Dakota. The NDSU State Bison, the number 1 ranked team in the country, taking on the Youngstown State Penguins at 1 in Fargo. Also homecoming for them, as it was for North Dakota. Last time I checked, they were up pretty big, 21-0 in a very young game. Now happening later today after this game, Northern Iowa taking on Indiana State at 4 in Cedar Falls, Iowa. And then the evening game for the Valley Football Conference, Illinois State taking on Southern Illinois at 6:30 in Norman, Illinois. Those latter two games can be found on ESPN Plus. And we're now under a minute to go before kickoff. Once again, the South Dakota State Jackrabbits will kick off to the Western Illinois Leathernecks. We'll go ahead and bring Tristan back in. Any final thoughts of this one leading into it? Obviously, Leathernecks 0-4 on the season. Actually, 3 different starting quarterbacks so far this year.
Yep.
Any thoughts heading into this one?
Yeah, as I was highlighting, I realized that they have 3 different quarterbacks. I'm like, I don't know. It's hard. I feel like it's so hard to get used to one. I mean, like, if you have 3, and let's say Gronowski and Zach Hines are so familiar with each other, it's so hard for a receiver or anybody on the team to get completely used to 3 quarterbacks. That's a lot. That's a lot, and it's not fair. But we're here at the Dinah J. Dykehouse Stadium. Jackrabbits versus the Necks, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, you know, as you mentioned, it's kind of hard to get used to the quarterbacks. Actually, a rookie head coach for Western Illinois, Myers Hendrickson, actually has South Dakota ties. Was an assistant coach at one point at Northern State up in Aberdeen.
Wow. We are getting set here at the Dinah J. Dykehouse Stadium, and here is the kickoff. Not a very high one, this. And it's a touchback. We're going to get this one on the way for you.
I'm excited. How about you? Saturday afternoon football back in Brookings.
Clay Bruno for the Necks, Western Illinois, will be the head quarterback here. First long pass and no catch. I think the Necks are going to want to replay that as it was close, but they'll call it back.
Yeah, that was very close. You know, excellent play coming from Jafar Armstrong on the near sideline to kind of try and toe tap that in. Obviously, the referees have a better view than anybody else in this stadium, and they said he went out of bounds.
Yep. So, second down and 10. They're going to run it this time. Tapped early and brought down at the 25.
Jason Freeman in excellent pursuit, getting a tackle right at the line of scrimmage. No gain coming across for the Leathernecks. An excellent start for the South Dakota State defense.
Very good. Jackrabbits, third down. They want a fourth down here. They're going to make some noise. Claps is Bruno. Snap, wait, patient, and gets through, but gets nowhere really. An early fourth down. Bat for the Jackrabbits. I wouldn't necessarily say bad offense, but I would say better defense early on with the Jackrabbits. Pretty sure Western Illinois really wanted that catch to go their way early on. Tyler Fieldcamp will receive this punt. And brought down early at the, I would say 47.
Yeah, I think that's probably where they're going to mark it. At least that's where he was. It looks like it's going to be closer actually to the 48, but still around about that area.
Yeah. The Jackrabbits getting out to an early defensive start here, stopping Western Illinois in their first offensive run as they now transition into offense. Mark Gronowski, the quarterback for South Dakota State University. Jacks in motion. They're going to run it for the first play. That is Isaiah Davis. Will he gain some yards on that? I'm not sure.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and set that up as a 4-yard gain. So I think it's going to be about 2nd and 6.
2nd and 6. Yeah, an impressive season so far for Gronowski. And we hope that he can continue this game in a positive direction. Gronowski claps in motion with Davis. Davis takes the snap and gets through, gets to 2, still on his feet at the 20. Isaiah Davis.
Isaiah Davis on the carry.
Kind of confused, I think the Nets were kind of confused as to what was going on in motion, because instead of Gronowski receiving the snap, Davis received the snap and just ran straight down the middle. I don't think they really caught on until it was too late. Davis, good for the first down.
Yeah, excellent leg churning for the 26-yard game to put the Jacks in the red zone for the first time today.
Davis has the ball, gets through, good for about 2 yards from the pass from Gronowski. Gronowski looking on the sideline for his play call. Gets it. Now goes back into the huddle to tell his teammates what the plan is. It's 11 minutes and 45 seconds left here in the first. Still a lot of time. We're just getting started here at the Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. Gronowski claps. Tell Jackson to come over. Gives it to Davis. Davis gets through. And still on his feet. A teammate there to block. Still on. And brought down at the 13-yard line.
Flag's going to come out on the opposite sideline. There was some shoving from a Leatherneck to a Jackrabbit player. I can't really see who that is, getting scolded by the coach.
Yep. On
the opposite side, but 2 flags came out. It was right in the face of the referee as well. So some fireworks going off here early.
Yeah, very early. We're going to get those players' names to you. As of right now, can't really put a hand on it.
But, you know, to just recap the play, Davis with the... So that is going to be an unsportsmanlike conduct.
Yeah. Great call by referee Aaron Adams to call that.
Ball is at the 6-yard line. First and goal.
The ball will now be at the 6. So that's going to be a first down. 6 yards to go for the Jackrabbits. And I'm assuming they're going to run it here.
Yeah, you know, I mean, just looking at the other plays, you might as well just let the workhorse work.
Yep, and they do. And here's Davis on the right side. Takes head on. And now that's going to be a first and goal.
You know what? Thinking back, you don't really necessarily think of Isaiah Davis as an elusive back. He's kind of got a bigger frame.
Yeah.
He just bullies his way through the line most of the time, but looking at it today, he has the moves.
He really does.
He's making multiple people miss on multiple plays.
Yep.
And he's pretty much the main reason they're inside the 2-yard line, also that penalty, but still he got him there at that point.
Yep, and Davis again gets through for the touchdown for the Jackrabbits. The score 6-0. Touchdown, Jackrabbits.
Excellent starting drive for the offense to put 6 up on the board. Now comes out the PAT unit. But a 2-yard touchdown rush from Isaiah Davis to cap off an excellent drive, 6 plays, 52 yards.
Yep.
And the only person that held the ball other than Isaiah Davis was Mark Gronowski to hand it off to him.
Right. It's really been those two making it happen here early on in this first, as Dustman will go for the kick, and it is completely good. Score for the extra point. Yeah, we're really seeing how important Isaiah Davis is to this team, and they really rely on him a lot, like a whole lot, because he makes most of the plays, really, other than when Hines and the Jackson brothers, or the Yankee brothers, are in motion. It's really Davis who takes on a lot of that work on the back end. So, touchdown for the Jackrabbits, Isaiah Davis. 52 yards already this game, 6 plays so far. And there you have it, early on. Still 10 minutes and 17 seconds left. We will be right back after this break.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Nice little quick break for you. I hope you got some popcorn, got something to drink, because we do still have a very hot one coming towards you today. my predictions are it's going to be a very close game, or it's going to be a very high-scoring game in some direction, because if the defense of Western Illinois does not step up, it will be a high-scoring game for the Jackrabbits, certainly. And if they do step it up, it's going to be a very close game, and I think that's what the fans want to see. Even though they would love to see a blowout here.
Yeah, definitely. If you're part of the Jackrabbit faithful, you're always looking for the blowout, especially when you're playing a team that hasn't been that successful in the past couple of years.
Definitely.
You're looking to just climb your way to the top, and every inch helps, especially after this week heading into the USD matchup and then the NDSU matchup.
Yep.
2 huge games in the conference and just personally. So this will be a nice springboard if they can keep things rolling.
Certainly. Jack Green with the kick. It's a flag on the play.
And that flag is just because the ball went out of bounds.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never really understood like the whole process of pulling the flag and throwing it.
Right.
Like if it just goes out of bounds, just take the yards off or something like that. Like I don't know.
Yeah, a complicated game. Football is.
I'm sure it is. I've grown up with football. You haven't.
Yeah, I have not. So guys that are listening to this, I'm still learning this. I'm not completely new to this.
Yeah, but hey, doing pretty good.
Thank you. 10 minutes, 17 seconds left here in the first very, very early game. Davis sets up. But in offense, it's going to be Western Illinois, and running back Jalen Reed is getting loose, and he's going to be in there for a first down.
Getting some positive yardage. Both the backs are the only people that have contributed to positive yardage so far. Jalen Reed and Ludovic Chokwet.
Yeah. They're going to need a lot here to stop the Jackrabbits defense. They've seen them so many times, and still yet over the years, still unable to match or top them. This is Clay Bruno. A pass. It's caught. That is Brantley, wide receiver from New Jersey, representing Western Illinois. Catch for him on the outside.
The Leathernecks moving the ball upfield a little bit here in Jackrabbit territory for the first time today, obviously after going 3 and out on their first drive. Let's see if the Jackrabbit defense can step up again here.
Clay Bruno sets his team up, gets the snap, pass, caught, and they make a run for it. First down. Very good passing game here so far by Clay Bruno. Very good passing game, and his teammates are seeing him, and they're catching all of his passes. Jalen Jackson from Tampa, Florida, the junior, makes that catch for the Leathernecks. Getting closer to the end zone now. Here's Green with a quick, Bruno with a quick pass rather. Reed off to the races and gets in there at the that will be at the 13-yard line, or the 15-yard line rather.
Adam Bach with the good pursuit, the leading tackler for the Jackrabbits, getting him out of bounds there to stop any more progression from the Leathernecks offense. Checking his time, the play clock's down to 10. They've got to figure out something quick as he's looking towards the sideline.
Leathernecks looking for a play in their playbook, but here's Bruno. He looked like he's going to take it. His lineman is there, but the Jacks, and it's a fumble. And it looks like the Jacks have received it.
And indeed they have. Huge stand by the defense. I can tell you that the Leathernecks head coach is not happy about that one bit.
Yeah, they have to be pissed about that because they were so close to scoring just now. And the thing is, I feel like it's so unorganized on that side of the field because they were just scrapping for a play in their playbook, coming down to, like you said, 10 seconds on the clock. They had to really rush, and that's what happens when you rush against the Jackrabbit defense. If you don't have it absolute rock solid, that play rock solid, ready to go, it's going to be hard to get past that defense. And there you saw it on display.
Yeah, on one front, the communication was just terrible. They took the snap with 2 seconds on the play clock.
Yep.
For one, I think they're going to. Yep, they're going to go ahead and review that. So we have some more time to talk about this. But the communication just wasn't there for Western Illinois. For really one, they took the snap with 2 seconds on the play clock. Not only that, then you get it, and Bruno takes it. He takes it, he runs with it, he goes into a horde of Jackrabbits. Not only do they get minimal yards on that, on an almost disastrous penalty in the red zone, they lose the football.
Yeah.
And potentially, like they're reviewing it right now. That one, that look that we got had the referee's arm in the way a little bit. The ball obviously does come out, but the question is whether or not he was down before it came out.
Well, they're going to give a play right now.
And it will be indeed a Jackrabbit turnover.
Yeah. Good call by Aaron Adams. It looked to be like it was clean on the field originally, but no, these teams just want to make sure that they're not missing out on any points because they can't come back to haunt you later on in the game.
Exactly.
8 minutes, 5 seconds remaining here in the first. Still a lot of time. Still a lot of time for the Leathernecks to make something happen. A lot of time. Well, Jack's back on offense. Here's Gronowski looking for a pass and caught by Jackson Yonke.
That was perfectly placed, just out of reach of the the Leatherneck defender. It confuses me because their logo, if you take a look at it, is a bulldog. Okay.
Right.
And so it always makes me want to say bulldog instead of Leatherneck, but just out of reach of the defender, right into the arms of the receiver, Jackson Yonke.
Yep.
Just an excellent play all around.
That play was so patient. They're going to try it again, but this time they're going to run it. And taken down is Amar Johnson.
Number 3 for the Jacks, Amar Johnson.
Yeah, not quite what they wanted right there. They're going to bring Davis back in. They're going to take Johnson out of the game now. A good try by Johnson though. In the huddle, looking for a play call. 7 minutes, 5 seconds remaining. 2nd down and 8. Gronowski claps. In motion. Gronowski looking, finds Jackson. Jackson on the route, gets through, and down.
A whole host of Western Illinois players have to take him down.
Yep.
Being the elusive receiver he is. Obviously the Yankees from Madison, South Dakota, local products. Just making the man miss, cutting upfield, and finally being brought down by a whole host of white jerseys.
Yeah. Great catch by Jackson Yonke. That was a patient play and a good find by Gronowski. They're going to set up again. Looks like they're going to run it this time. Clap.
Direct
motion.
snap.
And they're going to go for a Hail Mary here.
Pointing downfield.
And it looks to be very short. And it almost got picked.
Yeah, interesting play design. A direct snap to Davis as Gronowski still took the signal. He got the ball to snap, but it was snapped directly to Davis. There was 3 people standing in the row in the backfield. 3 players standing in the row in the backfield, and then taking the long shot downfield. Interesting play design. If it worked out, that would have been fantastic.
It would have been pretty too.
But now it's 2nd and 10. Not much lost on that play, so might as well try it.
Yeah. And the athletic coordinators for the Jackrabbits are sitting right next to us, but we can't hear them, so really wondering what's going on in there. Here is Davis, tries to get through. He does, but it's not going to be a first down by any chance. That's going to be 3rd down, and we'll wait for the yardage.
I mean, the Jackrabbit offense still slowly moving up the field, obviously facing 3rd down for what I do believe is the first time today. third and shorter than really anything that you would be worried about. 3rd and 4. I mean, taking a look at Davis, you can get that long, but now coming with 2 receivers off to each side and 1 back in the backfield. Let's see what they do.
Snaps. Gronowski finds one. Caught. Still on his feet. A.J. Combs for the catch right in the middle of the field, almost. A great catch by Combs. He'll tag in his teammate Jackson Yankee, another receiver. We talk about the depth, about the hands. The quality in the hands of the Jackrabbits. They really do have the ability to pass, and then they have just such a great running back to run at any time. It's really pretty much equal at that point, and Gronowski is going to go set his team up. Gives it off to Davis. Davis tries to get through, and looks like a 1-yard gain.
Stop is made by Garrett Steffen.
Great defense by Western Illinois, the Leathernecks.
Yeah, you know, the offensive coordinator, Zach Lujan, in his first year at the helm of the offensive side of the ball, previously the quarterback's coach for a few years. He's spreading the wealth here. He's getting a lot of players involved, getting a lot of schemes, and so far driving the ball down the field relatively well.
Yeah. Gronowski claps, finds another teammate. That is Jackson, still on his feet. Jackson looking and pushing for a first down.
Excellent second burst of energy from Yankee, pushing his way to the first down and even inside the red zone, as he'll mark the ball right at the 25, right on the edge of the red zone, but still the red zone nevertheless.
Yeah, Jackson Yankee showing the guts that he has, because they really caught him like within 5 yards, but he still like pushed for another 5 yards to just get there for the first down. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left here in the first. On offense, Gronowski gives it off to Davis. Davis on his feet, taken back now. I don't think they'll gain any on that.
They'll go ahead and use the forward progression, so they will gain like 2 yards.
Okay.
But a good showing from the Leatherneck defense to push him back and ultimately have Davis back at their own line of scrimmage, but we'll get a 2-yard gain on the play.
Okay. Second down and 8 for the Jackrabbits. In formation, now in motion. Gronowski claps once more, hands it off, and they look on the left side. It's clear, and gets through for the first down.
It's going to be Angel Johnson coming in, number 21, had the edge around it, and got it done. And the Jackrabbits are once again inside the 10-yard line. They got first and goal to go.
Yeah, great vision by Angel Johnson. Really, seeing on that side there, it was clear, and just such a great play call as well. 1st and 9 for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski sets up. The defense of the Leathernecks still trying to get in place. Here's Davis with it. Has a hook on his leg. It's going to be brought down at the 10.
The Leatherneck defense really finding a way to kind of neutralize Davis's game. Whenever they see him in the game, they seem to just kind of swarm around him, and that's what sets up those longer than 10-yard pass plays, because they have all their focus turned to Davis. But when they do run it to Davis, they seem to be all over it. And so it's a good mix of plays here, as they have about 2nd and 9 and technically 2nd and goal.
Certainly. Zach Hines in motion on the outside. They love to feed him. Gronowski looks and goes into the corner and almost caught by Cannon Brewer, a wide receiver. The junior from Sioux Falls.
Yeah, just out of reach from the local product for the Jacks in the far corner of the end zone. Just a little bit too much on it from Gronowski.
Yeah.
But still, 3rd and goal.
Yeah, just over 60 seconds left in this first quarter. Gronowski sets Jaden up. He looks at Jaden. He's going to pass it, but the defense is smothering the Jackrabbits. The defense from the Leathernecks, oh my gosh, they were all over that play, almost like they read it exactly.
Yeah, that was a little dangerous. I don't know if Gronowski saw that there were 2 D-backs in the area throwing it right through.
Yeah.
Thank goodness it threaded right through.
Right through, right.
All 3 of the players, to be honest. Like, obviously you want the touchdown, but that's going incomplete is a lot better than an interception, so they'll set up for the field goal here.
Hunter Dustman looking for an extra 3 points here.
Going to be 17 yards out.
And it is good. Jackrabbits 10, Leathernecks still not on the board yet. 57 seconds remaining, not a lot here. Still enough to make something happen, don't get me wrong. Anything can happen, especially in a game of football, as we've seen many, many times. Yeah, 72 rushing yards for the Jackrabbits there. Just about to close out the first quarter. 18 rushing yards. Not really a lot from the Leathernecks. 38 for the Leathernecks. 38 rushing, 38 passing yards. Not a lot of passing, not a lot of running. As they have not been on offense a whole lot, really. But they had a play early on or in the middle of the first where they could have, but then it fumbled and then the play just remained on the field. That was their closest chance to scoring so far in this game. But as of right now, the Jackrabbits find a way to be up 10.
Yeah, now looking at the drive summary, it's a 14-play, 79-yard drive, so definitely a lot of offensive movement from the Jackrabbits, taking 7 minutes and 8 seconds off the clock. That's what gets us under a minute left to go in this first quarter. Excellent football, good football playing from the Jackrabbits so far. The Western Illinois definitely showing that they're not the pushover team that I'm sure a lot of people are thinking they are. Obviously, the record doesn't say everything. And so the Jackrabbits are going to go ahead and kick it off, and the Leathernecks are going to get a start on offense. Might not get the whole drive done in the first quarter, but then they'll continue it in the second, and we'll see where things take us here in the first half.
Yeah. And if it's a game to catch the Jackrabbits sleeping for the Leathernecks, of course, it'll be this one, because I'm pretty sure they're sleeping on the Leathernecks, even though they're not supposed to, or their coaches would probably tell them do not sleep on any team. It just happens automatically when you've beat a team so many times in the past and you're on a winning streak. But the kickoff by Jack Green. And they're going to take this run. But will they get anywhere? It's going to be a stop at the 16-yard line.
A pretty good one from that. I think we're going to just go ahead and take a break, as TV has done so as well. So we'll step aside for a quick break, and then we'll be back for the rest of the 53 seconds. 10-0, South Dakota State over Western Illinois, and we'll be back right after this.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear, because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground, because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously, and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. 10-0 is the score between South Dakota State and the Western Illinois Leathernecks. Jackrabbits lead. Currently being honored on the field is the Jackrabbit men's basketball team, the defending Summit League champions. Just a reminder, KSDJ will be having a majority of their home games, as well as perhaps their game in Sioux Falls at the Pentagon versus St. Bonaventure. We will have a majority of their games right here on KSDJ. Stay tuned for updates concerning the winter sports seasons as we get a little bit closer and as football season gets on and volleyball season gets on and we move into conference tournament time for fall sports. But be on the lookout for that. There's a little teaser. We'll have for sure a majority of men's basketball games on the airwaves.
Yeah, that's going to be a very exciting season. Can't wait to get that covered and bring that to you. Now then, 53 seconds left. Not a lot of time, as we alluded to. But here is the run, and brought down very quickly by the defense of the Jackrabbits. Clay Bruno tried to pass it off to Jalen Reed and was successful, but Reed not really able to get anywhere on that one. Reaching the 30-second mark. Bruno calls for the snap, receives it, passes, and Reed, or Armstrong rather, wide receiver, is knocked down by the Jackrabbits, but the catch, it was good. 3rd down and 4 with 10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and it looks like they're just going to let it run off. And indeed they will.
Well, that would conclude the first quarter here for the Jackrabbits. As we go to break, we will bring that second quarter to you as the remainder of the game. Score, Jackrabbits 10, Leathernecks 0. We'll be right back after this break.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15s. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit. And make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium, where the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State is taking on the Necks of Western Illinois. Jacks 10, the Necks still not on the board yet, as they do have the ball in their park. They're going to be on offense at the start of the second quarter. What do you think? What do you think the offense of Western Illinois can do to get on the board here in this quarter?
They seem to be moving the ball pretty well, passing and in the air. They seem to be finding ways to get it past the Jackrabbit secondary somehow, and maybe even their linebackers. So we'll see if they keep attacking with that or if they run across with the ball more often.
Well, we'll see if they can handle the pressure here in Brookings, South Dakota. Clay Bruno is going to lead the team. Bruno finds a gap, gets through. Not taking a slide, is really trying to get through, but that's going to be enough for a first down.
You know something interesting? I saw a video apparently about Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals quarterback, that he didn't know how to slide. And so now he's trying to learn, because in the NFL you got to slide.
You have to slide, else you'll get hit.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Western Illinois running back was still on his feet, but being brought down. Yeah, it's funny that you talked about that game. Well, Drew Burrows, by the way. But I don't know if you saw Tua.
Yeah, I did.
What happened to Tua?
Yeah, I did. I was watching it live. Well, I was listening to it live because obviously I'm on the radio and I'm a radio nerd. But
yeah, it was so complicated to watch, man.
Yep.
And it's as broadcasters, player, whatever you want to call it, fans, is no matter what you are, is so tough to watch. So we'll keep Tua in our prayers. That's going to be a third down for Western Illinois. 13 minutes 40 left here in the second. The ball is going to be placed on the 32-yard line. They'll have 6. They need to clear 6 yards in order to get a first down here.
This is a big play.
Snaps. Bruno looking for a pass. A bullet from a slant and caught in the middle of the field, still on his feet. He is tough. That is the offense of Naismith Brentley from Western Illinois. Wow, just what a play. He's just so strong and came off such a well-ran slant coming into the middle of the field and from a bullet pass from Bruno.
Yeah, Brantley, back-to-back receptions. This one obviously for a large gain now into Jackrabbit territory. As I said, Western Illinois finding a way to move the ball through the air, and that seems to be what they're sticking to.
Bruno sends one of his running backs in motion and caught by Jalen Reed. Or rather, that's going to be Jack White, the tight end.
You know, we were talking about dangerous in that pass in the end zone from Gronowski when they were also on the left side of this field.
Right.
That was a dangerous pass.
It really was.
That was really close to being even batted away by a linebacker of the Jacks, and then even throwing into double coverage. That was risky.
Really risky. Bruno now looking for someone, throws it away as he couldn't find anybody, really. I think that was a good choice, seeing what happened on the other end of the field in the last quarter when they fumbled because they didn't have a play to go to. So
You've got to be adventurous. You've got to go and stick your neck out there. You've got to be risky, and obviously with that play that was risky that we were talking about, you know, it's paid off so far. They're inside the red zone for the second time.
Second down and 10. Bruno sets, receives it, short pass, and incomplete.
Yep.
Almost looked like a fumble, but it was incomplete pass.
It almost did look like a fumble. He didn't have possession of it, though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, pretty sure they have PTSD from that last play. They do not want that to happen again.
Yeah. So a huge third down coming up here now for the Leathernecks as the crowd starts to get loud.
Yeah, the Jackrabbits love to encourage their team to force a fourth down here. 12 minutes remaining. Jackrabbits on their feet. Bruno looking for a prayer and almost caught. Not quite by Brentley. He really, really tried. But that's going to be 4th down and 10. Once again, the Leathernecks getting very, very close to where they want to be, but still not quite getting there. At least they will have a chance to get on the board here. Let's see if their kicker can handle the pressure.
Yeah, so Mason Laramie, nice last name by the way. I have connection to Laramie, Wyoming. I like that name. Laramie getting ready to kick it and see if they can get on the board. Indeed they can. So the shutout bid is over.
Yeah, it really is. 3 points on the board for the Leathernecks is better than nothing. Pretty sure they would rather that. 10 Jackrabbits, Leathernecks 3. Still very early on in the game, as we're still only in the first half of this game. We're in the second with 11 minutes, 50 seconds left. Both teams now on the sidelines discussing what they want to do next. The Jackrabbits will take offense with Mark Gronowski, Isaiah Davis. The Jackson brothers and Hines will come out as the favorites.
Yeah, no, taking a look at the first quarter stats, Isaiah Davis with 9 carries had 54 yards, no loss, wow. no losses on that either. Wow. Had an average of 6 yards per run, and then Gronowski had 4 completions on 7 attempts for 53 yards, and a longest pass of 19 yards. Just overall, the South Dakota State moving the ball really well, and now they're only up by 7 as we move into deeper, I should say, into the second quarter. On the flip side, Western Illinois, Jalen Reed, 3 carries for 13 yards, an average of 4.3, but Bruno having 4 completions on 5 attempts for 43 yards and a longest throw of 13. So wow. You can tell that's how they were moving the ball a lot in the first quarter. Yep. And now moving into the second quarter, finally got on the board off of the foot of Mason Laramie.
Great analyst from Braden Briers, bringing us those stats there. We are just getting ready to continue this second quarter for the Jackrabbits versus the Leathernecks here in Brookings, South Dakota at the Dinah J. Dykehouse Stadium. We're waiting for the kickers and the kick returners on Western Illinois side to get ready. The kick from Western Illinois is going to be catched by Field Camp. Field Camp finding a gap on the outside and taken down.
Pretty good field position to start this off, just a couple of yards shy of where he would be if it was a touchback. So,
right. Jackrabbits will set up their offense as they look to try and score again. Davis stands behind Gronowski. Is it going to be a run? No, it's not. It's a pass to the outside and nearly picked. Nearly picked. I mean, Jalen Mackay was on that like white on rice. He was right there. He could have felt it. He could have tasted it. He had his hands on it, but still just couldn't get there. They're going to reset. It's going to be 2nd down and 10 for the Jackrabbits. That was very close.
Very close. Lucky break for the Jacks, and now they'll set up for the 2nd and 10.
Jackrabbits were setting up. It's going to be a timeout for the Jackrabbits and a full media timeout as well. We will go to break for you right now, and we'll be back, but we're going to leave you with the score. Jackrabbits 10, Leathernecks 3. We'll be back.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the J. Dykehouse Stadium. If you are just joining us, we'd like to thank you for tuning in. Score right now. Oh, well, maybe I should let you know the matchup first. We're here at the Danny J. Dykehouse Stadium, where the Leathernecks of Western Illinois is taking on the Jackrabbits of South Dakota State University. South Dakota State is up by 7. The score is 10-3. We're in a second right now with 11 minutes, 40 seconds left. The Jackrabbits are on offense, second down and 10, as we're going to wait for the huddle of both teams to break, and they'll get back on the field very shortly. 20 plays made totally for the Jackrabbits and 18 total plays for the Leathernecks so far this game. As we know, turnover-wise, the Leathernecks have had 1 turnover, and that was the fumble when they were about to score. That's the closest they've been to scoring a touchdown this game, but couldn't quite get there. The Jackrabbits taking advantage of the unorganization of the Leathernecks. Now, Gronowski is getting started, claps, hands it off to Isaiah Davis, gets clear, hurdled, and brought down. Great athleticism from Isaiah Davis.
Somebody better make sure their camera is on for that one. Jumping over the Leatherneck defense, getting deeper down the field. Excellent play from Davis.
Yeah, these guys came to play today. They came to play today. The cameras are out. The Jackrabbit fans are out. The gold and blue is looking strong in the crowd.
Yeah, there's not a lot of gold on the field, though.
Gronowski tries to push through there. I think he would probably gain about 5 yards.
Yeah. I know I'm a little biased. I like myself a little bit of contrast. You know, all one-color uniforms aren't bad.
Yeah.
But I like a little bit of blue and gold, maybe even blue and white once in a while. But what they're wearing right now is good. They're wearing their blue helmets and their blue jerseys
with the yellow paint on. Yep.
Yeah, yellow trim is all over it, but not the main color of any element of the uniform so far.
Oh, Gronowski likes the uniform, but can he make a pass in it? No. Coming up close, that was Jaden Youngke. He tried to hit his teammate out there, but he was in a two-man coverage, man-to-man coverage, and couldn't catch that one. 3rd down and 6 for the Jackrabbits. 10 minutes, 21 seconds. Yeah, that pass was just a little bit too much sauce on that one.
Yeah, and one thing to account, Gronowski had a Leatherneck right in his face almost immediately. He had a lot of pressure coming in, and he just had to get that one off.
Definitely. Angel Johnson is right on the side of Gronowski. Hines in motion. Gonna pass, and pass is gonna be too high. He had a wide open Jaden Youngke, but the pass was just too high. If the pass was a little bit lower, he would have hit him for sure.
Yeah, once again, the Leatherneck defense getting right in there. Garrett Steffen getting over it, and the offensive line kind of took offense to the fact that he might have lingered over Gronowski after pushing him down, as there was a little bit of pushing and shoving. No laundry on the field, however, so it'll bring up 4th down, and the Jackrabbits will punt.
Here, Hunter Dustman will punt to the right side. And what a great punt. Ball still going.
Yeah, that's about as good as you can get without actually being dead-eye accurate in the corner at the 1-yard line.
Yeah.
They're pinned pretty far back inside the 20-yard line. They're going to be spotted at the 18, so that's where they will set up shop.
Yeah, the passing game for I saw the stats on the board, but the passing game for the Leathernecks are way higher than the passing game for the Jackrabbits. But of course, the rushing yards, courtesy of Isaiah Davis, is way above the stats of the Leathernecks. What is...
Yeah, so here's a question for you. What is Isaiah Davis's favorite meal at Cubby's Sports Bar and Grill? I think it's going to be C. Buffalo
I think it's going to
chicken
be.
wraps.
I think it's going to be A. C.
Yep. Now that's what she's choosing.
I'm Isaiah Davis, running back from Dakota, Missouri. My favorite meal at Cubby's is Buffalo chicken wrap. It's a wrap.
Yep.
Congratulations, Montana. You've just won a gift card from Cubby's.
There we go. You know, that's the beauty of student radio. We can do fun stuff like that and just, like, not necessarily go to break, just chill and have that on air, you know? It's fun. It's fun. Yeah, thank you for joining us here on KSDJ. We like to have fun here. We like to have fun here.
We do.
We definitely do have a lot of fun. You know, this is kind of interesting. I showed you during the last break. UND taking on Missouri State. Missouri State obviously giving the Jacks a really good fight. Currently in the middle of the 4th quarter, the Fighting Hawks have the ball, and they're up 41-24 over 7th-ranked Bears. So that's one to look out for. UND.
Wow.
Their homecoming today, as it is also for North Dakota State. So my home state's just having a big old party up there, huh? Yeah, without me, too. No, I'm kidding. we're having a nice party here, but yeah, something to look out for. They also have their first hockey game today. So, and since South Dakota State doesn't have a hockey team, I can still root for my home state team.
Definitely. North Dakota's definitely something to look out for. As we get back, Jalen Reed on the run will gain 3 yards.
You know, actually, now that I think about it, I think it goes from Western Illinois to next week, the South Dakota Showdown against the Coyotes.
Yeah.
Then the Dakota Marker up in Fargo versus North Dakota State.
That's a big game.
And then after that, it's UND. So a couple of big games coming out, and that one's going to be dropped.
Yeah, just couldn't get his feet right on that play, on that pass from Clay Bruno. Jay Parker slips and falls. Third down and 7 for the Leathernecks. Jackrabbits on their feet.
3rd down and 7.
They want their team to force a 4th down. Snaps. Bruno looking for a pass and is rushed and sacked.
The pressure. Reese Winkleman
from Marshall, Minnesota.
Not far away from here at all.
What great defense. We've not seen a sack here at the Diana J. Dykehouse Stadium for quite some time, honestly. And that one was loud. That was impressive. That was aggressive.
A huge stand, and now they're going to have to punt it away from their own end zone. Feldkamp lined up just outside of the 45.
Wow. What a return this could be. And not a very good one from field cam, going backwards and losing yards.
But still relatively good field position for the Jacks.
Very good field position because of that sack coming so early in the first possessions of that that play.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and mark it at the 42.
Yeah,
just outside of the tail of the Jackrabbit logo.
Still great position, but could have been better.
It could have, definitely. Everything can always be better. And I know that's definitely what Coach Stig is thinking right now.
So Gronowski's going to have another chance. Very quickly, these possessions are coming in for him. Off to Davis, as usual. Davis tries to get through, not really gaining a whole lot of yards, but probably just about 2. Yeah, the Jackrabbits still up by 7 rather. Here in the second quarter. It's going to be 8 minutes until halftime. Gronowski sets up. Davis on the side. Hines and Yonke on the outside of him. But he gives it off to Davis. And Davis goes down. 3rd down and 6 for the Jackrabbits. The Jackrabbits are, I would assume they're going to go for a pass here on this play. They're going to probably try and hit one of their outside receivers. I'm either going to go with Hines, but normally Hines is the target later on in the game or later down on the field. They're too far from the field goal to hit Hines, but I think they're going to go with one of the Yonke brothers here. And here's Gronowski, Davis on the outside, and they do go to Hines, but for a short pass, but he couldn't quite catch it.
Yeah, the Leatherneck defense just making a nice stand there to stop the Jackrabbit offense and to hopefully get the ball back in a favorable position if you're looking at it from the Leatherneck perspective.
Yeah, he could have hit 2 people there. He could have either hit Jaden Yonke or Zach Hines. Either one. Hines got a hand on it, couldn't quite keep it. This is the punt return. It's going to be by Jack Burley. The kick by Dustin. And that's going to be a flag on the play.
Fair catch, and yeah, indeed, there is going to be a flag. Yep, and that's going to be roughing the kicker, as I thought. So, guess what happens now?
What?
I do believe that the Jackrabbits will get another shot on offense because of that. That roughing the kicker puts it on a 1st down, so the Jackrabbits move up actually quite significantly.
Wow.
They're back on offense now, so that's a huge penalty for the Leathernecks.
Wow. Well, a new set of downs for Gronowski, getting back on the field like he never left. Gronowski claps. Johnson on his left. Gives it off. No, it's a fake. Caught on the outside to the receiver.
Gronowski's pass is complete, cut by number 15.
Yeah, that's going to be Devin Cole Jr.
Yeah, great catch by Devin Cole. He was sitting right there on the outside. Very patient play. Just waited for that pass to come to him, not quite rushing it.
12, ball is at the 27.
28 plays for the Jackrabbits so far in this game. And here is 29. Fake to Johnson. Pass, middle. Hines caught and brought down. Or
I think they're going to call it incomplete.
Wow, it really looked like Hines caught that from up here. but not quite. It seems as if he dropped it. We'll have to look at the replay.
Yeah, he did drop it. The thing you have to look out for here is whether or not they can make a football move.
That might be a fumble. I think they might replay that. Yeah, the Leathernecks on the field is gasping for a replay, and they are.
Yep, the Jackrabbit offense has to hurry up and quickly do it, but they're going to initiate the replay. So the Jackrabbits.
It's either going to go.
This one's kind of confusing.
Yeah, because it could be a catch or it could be a fumble. But how is it confusing to you?
Because the Leathernecks are obviously pointing across, and like they have the ball.
Right.
But the fact that it's being reviewed got a cheer from the Jackrabbit faithful here.
That's what I'm saying.
And so that's confusing in its own right. But then the offense seemed like they were trying to speed things up and get the snap off before, so they couldn't initiate the replay. So there's three conflicting views here.
That's a catch. Okay, I think he caught it because, like I said, I was confused. I thought he caught it, but then I saw the Necks had the ball and running back. That's why I was even more confused. I'm like, is it a fumble or is it a catch? The Jackrabbits want it to be a catch, but it's knocked out right there.
Yeah.
So it could be a fumble.
It could be. Yeah.
I think it's going to lead more towards the fumble side.
You know, this is why I sit here and talk with a microphone, and I'm not a referee.
Yeah.
Leave this job to them.
Yeah, Aaron Adams, this is all you.
Aaron Adams and his crew, man. They can have it, too.
This is all you. Sideline judge is Philly Ian. Yeah, normally we would go to break right now, but we cannot. We cannot let you miss out on the drama that is happening right now. Here's the call.
I think they were reviewing it for targeting.
Okay.
Now that I actually think about it with my human brain, yeah, that makes sense. They were saying that the Leathernecks were targeting. So the Leathernecks wanted the fumble,
right,
but the Jackrabbit faithful were cheering because they thought it was supposed to be targeting.
Right.
But it comes back, the call is not going to be targeting, and so he can stay in the game. I think the review, I'm not really sure who it was on, but that's the verdict, and it is going to be a 2nd and 10 for the Jacks.
Gronowski passes off to Davis.
Sometimes I'm really smart and sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, but that was a confusing play for anybody, really.
It was. There was a lot going on.
Gronowski huddles with his teammates, looking for the next play. Mark Gronowski has Davis on the left of him and Jackson on the outside. Jaden, he has Davis right in the middle. What a great play, and good enough, certainly, for a first down for the Jackrabbits.
Yeah, a lot of pressure in the backfield coming up. You saw Jake, well, you didn't see, but you had Jake Denevo coming in and putting a lot of pressure on there, but the thing is, him coming straight through opened up a place for Davis to set his feet and be able to catch the ball and get in a pretty nice game, and now it's going to be the 1st and 10 on the 11.
Gronowski claps. Amar Johnson in the back of him. He's going to hand it off to Johnson. Johnson tries to sneak through a gap on the right side, but couldn't quite get through. It's going to be 2nd down for the Jackrabbits.
No gain on the play.
So about 4.5 minutes left to go in the first half. 10-3, the Jacks are leading, and they're in the red zone.
Yeah, the Jackrabbits do not want to turn this ball over here. If they do, they would not be happy. Gronowski holds on. He's going to run it now. Will he get into the end zone? He will! That is going to be a touchdown for the Jackrabbits.
Excellent play design, having the play action come across, and Gronowski getting that extra boost of speed, not being afraid to take it straight into the end zone for 6.
Yeah, great vision by Gronowski to read that one right in time to say, hey, no guys open. Well, there probably were guys open, but not as open as he would have liked them to be. He said, I have a clear path on the left of me. Why not take it? And it was good enough for a touchdown here in the second.
So now lining up to get the PAT. The referees waiting for it, and a flag coming out now. The delay game penalty comes across. Is now the coaches coming out onto the field. Not really sure what happened there, and I don't think anybody knows what happened there.
Yeah, the fans did not like that call. I think it was rather confusing to them.
Not really sure what happened there. It's not going to change much on the play, but
right.
Going to move the ball back a little bit, which it could affect it, but
I don't think it will. Dustman's great kicker on display here again, and it's good.
So a couple of confusing plays on that drive, but now the Jacks are up 17-3.
Yep. What a run here by the Jackrabbits. They are home, and they are taking advantage of the Leathernecks of Western Illinois here in the second quarter. 4 minutes, 11 seconds until halftime.
We're going to go ahead and step aside here on KSDJ Radio 17-3. We'll be back right after this short break on your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dinah J. Dykehouse Stadium here in Brookings, South Dakota. We have a good one for you. The Jackrabbits is taking on the Leathernecks. South Dakota State University versus Western Illinois. The Leathernecks are about to go on offense. They could have went on offense and prevented the previous touchdown if it wasn't for that the penalty that they had against the kicker. That would have prevented that touchdown just now. But now the score is 17-3. Jackrabbits the lead as Jack Green will give the kick.
So yeah, pretty good game coming from the Jacks so far, up 17-3, getting closer to halftime. Let's see if the Jackrabbit defense can finish things out.
Yeah, after this kick, Clay Bruno will have to get his team together, as he will only have, I wouldn't say not now, but after this quarter, it will only be half of a game left to make something happen.
Yeah, the wind it's kind of gusty here in
really
Brookings
is.
in southeastern South Dakota. They're going to go ahead and have Dallas Beanham come out and hold it for Green on the kickoff.
Yeah, a windy day here in Brookings, South Dakota. There's the kick. And it is good.
And it's going to be picked up by the Jackrabbits. And they're going to have it deep in Leatherneck territory again.
This is just a tough game, really. It's just really a tough game for the Leathernecks right now.
It is.
They're just having a tough time in this half right here. Like, everything's just not going their way. Like, as soon as it's time to make something happen, yeah, like, it just turns over.
Yeah, 3 breaks coming for the Jackrabbits in a row. First off, getting the roughing the kicker penalty that puts them back on offense and gets them into the red zone.
Right.
And then after that, the almost fumble.
Right.
But that was taken back due to a targeting review. And then now them getting the muffed kick return and setting up shop right at the 21.
Yeah. This is just an offensive streak.
Please reset the game. 25 seconds, please.
An offensive streak, really, for the Jackrabbits. They have not had a break. The defense of the Jackrabbits is certainly getting a lot of rest. A lot. Gronowski passes to Davis on the left side, slips. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit further. Not good enough for a first down. Close, though. It's going to be 2nd down and 4. 3 minutes, 50 seconds left here in the first half of the game. Gronowski passes over to Jaden, but he's going to be rushed over by the offense, or the defense, rather, of the Leathernecks.
Yeah, nice little bubble screen off to the left.
Yeah.
Yankee gets it, can't really get anything more than that, but
One equipment that's both powerful and efficient, it's only available in red.
Jackson huddle right now, going over what they are about to do. They've got to figure it out.
3rd down and 5.
Jackson on the outside, Johnson on the outside on the left. No running back. Here is Gronowski for a long pass and almost caught in the corner. But is it going to be a flag?
no, they're not going to throw it. The student section is signaling for it, but
Right, I think they wanted.
there was a lot of contact there.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
But I don't know if it was enough. Well, let's take a look at it here. And
oh yeah, he might have. It might have been a flag there. It wasn't like obvious or.
Yeah, but
it wasn't anything horrible. But
they're going to go ahead and bring out the field goal unit on 4th down.
The Jacks want it to be 20-3, but do they have enough in the tank for it? Almost blocked, but the kick is going to be good. It's going to be no good, actually. So the score will remain 17-3. These kicks can look deceiving from where we're sitting in the stadium.
They can.
It might look like it went straight through the uprights. Obviously it didn't.
So now the Leathernecks will take over and get a snap on offense for the first time in what seems forever.
Yeah. It's just a bad luck, really. Okay. Western Illinois finally gets a chance after a very long.
Yeah, the last time they had the ball in their possession, it was 8:30 left on the clock.
Wow. A lot of time escaping. Here is Bruno, almost picked off. Almost picked off. by Jason Freeman in the middle of the field. Yeah, 2 minutes 48 seconds left. We are just getting ready, or just about winding down to halftime. Here's Bruno. Pass it off to his running back. Finds a gap. And that's going to be good enough for a first down.
On escape by number 34, Leathernecks. That was being on the stop for the Jacks. Gain of 7.
Or is it?
Third down and 3.
Third down and 3 for Western Illinois. The Jackrabbits looking for a fourth down here so they can quickly try and score as they are still close to their field goal area. And taken down, just like the Jackrabbit fans want it to happen.
And that's a nice shoestringer by Adam Bach. Obviously, like I said before, the leading tackle for South Dakota State, and they're going to go ahead and take a timeout, trying to ink out as much clock as they can here in the first half.
Right. I think the clock will pause, though.
It will.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. They're going to try and take as much time as they can. Realizing that it is fourth down and 2. So they can potentially get a stop here and maybe get a nice punt return too. As the pride of the Dakotas starts making their way to the field for their halftime performance. They're always so good, aren't they?
Really. They're so consistent. And it's going to be a call, fair catch by Field Camp. The Jackrabbits.
Jackrabbits will begin at 33.
Well, we are at the 2 minutes and 6 second mark in this game.
They've got a ways to go, but
yep.
they do have some time to do it.
Yeah, they do. They have to make it quick, though. Gronowski and his teammates. Gronowski, 1st and 10, 2:06 on the clock. Can he make something happen? Oh, it was intended to be for Yankee.
Gronowski's pass. Incomplete.
But Yankee couldn't get he got his hand on it, but couldn't quite keep it. 2 minutes and 3 seconds left now on the clock. The Yankee brothers on the outside. Johnson on the side of Gronowski. Gronowski finds Yankee for the catch. And he's going to cut off half of those yards.
Yeah, he caught it right at the 39, really had nowhere to go, was corner, and just kind of stood there. So it will be 3rd and 3 for the Jacks.
Jackrabbits with a quick snap. Going to hit Johnson for the catch. That's going to be 3rd down. It's going to be a 1st and 10, actually, sorry. 1 minute 34. Gronowski with a quick snap. He's looking for a pass. Pass, but it's no good.
Yep, just out of the reach of Bauer.
Yeah. Field Camp will enter the field in the wide receiver position. Yeah. The Jackrabbits have found the way to win this first this first half, even though they haven't actually won it yet. But they have the offense, and caught by Zach Hines. He really wanted to turn around and go, but not a lot of space there.
Yeah, not a lot of space. Plus, going out of bounds will stop the clock. So it gives him some time to formulate a plan. Here, do you want to know a little bit of a trick of the business of radio? There's this thing called a teaser, okay?
Okay.
And I'm going to give a little teaser right here. If you stay tuned for the halftime show, we're going to give you a couple scoring updates around the Missouri Valley. Going to give you a look at the stats and then a preview of the second half to kind of set you up. So you might consider sticking around.
Yeah, I would suggest that. Oh, Yonke attempted a one-handed catch on the left side.
Jackson just can't bring that in.
Yeah.
That's a tough play. A really tough play. So, it's going to be 4th down. Bring out the punt unit. $1:16 on the clock.
And the clock will start to run. So this is the punt team.
Nice to down it inside the 5. Minimized the threat of the Leatherneck offense.
Number 7 for the Jacks,
Yeah, high in plays for the Jackrabbits early on in this game. 42 plays, or opposing to the 24 plays that the Leathernecks have had in the course of this first half. They're winding down 1 minute and 8 seconds remaining. The offense of the Leathernecks making their way on the field. Clay Bruno will have to make we'll try to make something happen in 1 minute and 8 seconds. Let's see how fast he is.
Backed up on their own 4. Bruno standing inside the end zone.
Jackrabbits won no part of it. He's going to hand off to Reed. Reed on the outside with a spin move, still on his feet. Reed is quick indeed. He really is. And he's going to cut off some yards for Western Illinois. Great move by Reed previously. They're going to set up the same way. In motion. Clay Bruno with Reed. Goes down the middle. Gets nowhere. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, it seems like they're content of just running the timeout. Because if they were actually trying to move down the field, I think they would go for more passing game. And beyond that, their running plays doesn't stop the clock. It keeps the clock running.
Yeah.
And so
I think they're just trying to get rid of this half. 7 seconds. Then they're just going to let the clock run out here. They're going to go for one more play.
They're not going to get it off in time.
Yeah.
So, that's going to be the end of the first half. 17-3. So make sure to stay tuned for a Jackrabbits halftime show here on KSDJ Radio. We'll give you some scoring updates from around the Valley, take a look at the stats, and we'll get you set up for the second half and maybe potentially some other events happening for the Jackrabbits. But once again, 17-3 the score at halftime. We'll step aside here on KSDJ Radio, your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics. We'll be back right after this.
US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I love
I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. Currently at halftime, 17-3 the score between your South Dakota State University Jackrabbits and Western Illinois Leathernecks. Glad to have you along with us here on your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics, KSDJ. We're going to go ahead and take a look around the valley, give you some updates on some scores, and then we'll also take a look at the stats from the first half. Currently about 17 minutes till we get the second half underway. So we're going to start off with the huge game that we were talking about so far. Number 7 ranked Missouri State taking on North Dakota. That game has gone final. 48-31, the Fighting Hawks are victorious in that one, knocking off the Bears. So that was one to keep an eye on indeed. Currently happening right now, North Dakota State up versus Youngstown State, 21-6. There's currently 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter on that one. Also taking a look around the valley, Northern Iowa taking on Indiana State. That's set to start in about a half an hour here. And then Illinois State and Southern Illinois starting at 6:30 for the evening game in the Valley. Taking a look around the Division I FCS for the top 10 teams. East Tennessee State Buccaneers taking on the number 10 ranked Chattanooga Mocs. That game was at 2 p.m. We'll find an updated score for you at some point. Number 6 Delaware Fighting Blue Hens taking on the Towson Tigers. That game started at 2:30, and then Idaho State taking on Montana State at 2 p.m. That's kind of a big one if you're into the rankings. Excuse me, not Montana State. They're taking on Montana. So obviously number 2 ranked Montana, a huge one to look at for that. Looking at the evening slate, we have Cal Poly taking on number 5 Sacramento State at 7 p.m. on ESPN+. And then for the nightcap, number 4 Montana State taking on the UC Davis Aggies, who the Jackrabbits saw earlier on this season. They're still receiving votes in the AFCA coaches polls. That is going to be at 9:15 on ESPNU. Looking across what's happening for South Dakota State today, the equestrian team had their yellow and blue scrimmage this morning here in Brookings at DeHaan Equestrian Center. Cross country is down in Sioux City, Iowa for the Briar Cliff Invite. Obviously, this football game currently 17-3 at halftime between the Jackrabbits and the Leathernecks. And then later on tonight, to cap things off for a wonderful Hall of Fame weekend, is going to be women's volleyball taking on in-state rival South Dakota Coyotes. That'll be at 6 p.m. right here in Brookings at Frost Arena. If you can't get out to it, you can also keep up with it on Jackrabbits All Access. Currently 17-3 at halftime. Jackrabbits up over the Leathernecks. We're going to go ahead and step aside once again for another break here on KSDJ, your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics. We'll be back with some updated stats for you right after this.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15's. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit. And make a family communications plan. When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15's. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit. And make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're back here for the Jackrabbits halftime show here on KSDJ, your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics. Currently at halftime, 17-3, the Jacks have the lead over Western Illinois, 17-3. Let's take a look at the first half stats. Thank you to the Sports Information Director, Jason Hove, for getting these over to us in a pretty timely manner. We're about 10.5 minutes away from kickoff, and that's currently paused, so we really have no idea how much time is going and until the kickoff for second half. But you may be able to hear in the background the Pride of the Dakotas. They always do such a great job there. So definitely, I hate to be talking over them, but these are important things. So we'll start off with Western Illinois, the visiting team. Jalen Reed had 6 carries for 22 yards, 3.7 yards per carry, and then behind him they have Ludovic Choquette and Clay Bruno, each with 3 carries, 11 yards for Choquette, a net 0 for Clay Bruno, and then Choquette has 3.7 yards per carry. In terms of passing, Clay Bruno, 7 for 13, no interceptions, 101 yards in the first half with the longest pass of 30 yards and had 1 sack. In terms of receiving, the leading receiver, Naseem Brantley, 5 targets, 3 catches for 51 yards, 28 yards after catch, and the longest catch reception of the game so far with 30. In terms of tackles, for the Leathernecks, Juan de la Cruz has 2 unassisted tackles and 3 tackles for a total of 5. South Dakota State, Isaiah Davis, the leading back, with 15 carries for a net 86 yards and 5.7 yards per carry. In terms of passing, Mark Ranowski, 10 completions on 22 attempts, no interceptions, 94 yards, and a longest pass of 19 yards. Jackson Yonke, the leading receiver so far here today for the Jackrabbits, 8 targets, 5 catches, 40 yards, 19 yards after the catch, and a longest reception of 15. In terms of tackles, no surprise here. Adam Bach leads with 5 unassisted and 2 assisted for a total of 7 tackles. Looking at the scoring drives, first off, South Dakota State got things started with a 6-play, 52-yard drive that culminated in a 2-yard touchdown run from Isaiah Davis. And then the Jackrabbits came up with a field goal, a 27-yard field goal off of a 79-yard play drive to go up 10-0. In the second quarter, Western Illinois got on the board after an 11-play, 66-yard drive, ending in a 35-yard field goal from Mason Laramie. And then to round things out for the first half in terms of scoring, the Jacks took a 17-3 lead after a 9-play, 58-yard drive that ended in Mark Ranowski rushing 11 yards to the house. So that's where we stand now. 17-3 is the current score at halftime, where we will step aside here on the student home for Jackrabbit Athletics. Actually, it looks like they just might have gotten the scoreboard back up. It looked like it was down for a second while I was reading all this stuff off of a paper. We'll keep you updated as halftime goes along. We'll step aside once again here on KSDJ Radio. I'm glad you're with us and hope you don't go anywhere.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
If a natural disaster comes knocking, how prepared is your family? You can't just close the door on earthquakes, floods, or hurricanes and hope they go away. That's why it's important to make a plan now. Ready.gov/plan has the tools and tips you need to prepare your family for an emergency. So if disaster shows up at your doorstep, you'll be ready. Visit ready.gov/plan and make a plan today. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Dana J. Dykehouse Stadium. Currently halftime, 17-3. The Jackrabbits lead. They just got done honoring the newest inductees into the South Dakota State Jackrabbit Sports Hall of Fame, as that today is the Hall of Fame game, as well as the Precision Ag Bowl. The latest members of Jackrabbits lore come into the Jackrabbit Hall of Fame. I'm sure they'll have a special presentation for one of those. Angie Rimey, who tonight the volleyball team plays. It's also alumni night as well as the South Dakota Showdown. I'm sure they'll have a special presentation for her, but congratulations to all the newest inductees into the South Dakota Sports Hall of Fame. We're going to just go ahead and take a quick look at what's happening right now in terms of college football. Number 12 ranked Utah beating Oregon State 42-16. Number 2 ranked Alabama beating up on number 20 Arkansas 21-0 in the second quarter. Number 3 ranked Ohio State beating Rutgers 21-7 in the second quarter. Number 9 ranked Oklahoma State beating number 16 ranked Baylor 9-3. Northwestern losing to number 11 Penn State 14-0. Number 22 Wake Forest up over 23 Florida State 21-7, and in the second quarter still scoreless between number 17 Texas A&M and Mississippi State. Right here 17-3. As we'll take a look at, I do believe the only other game going on, well, it's not the only other game going on, but the only one that I can find the score for so far. North Dakota State up over Youngstown State 24-14. Lots of look around Division I FCS here. We're just under 2 minutes left to go in halftime. I suppose now would be as good a time as ever to go ahead and bring in the Play-by-play announcer for today, Tristan Hanna. First off, I guess let's go ahead and get your thoughts on everything that's transpired so far.
I think it was the beginning of the game. I think it was pretty close. Obviously, things got out of hand in terms of defense for Western Illinois because they allowed 17 points to be scored by the Jackrabbits while they only have 3. And then again, the offense still they just have hard luck, just bad luck. When they're supposed to have a possession, it gets turned over, courtesy of the defense. They have penalties against the kickers, not allowing the offense to get on the field. All types of things are going on. They're unorganized from their coach's standpoint. They're rushing plays, causing fumbles, all type of things. And I think they just need to stick it together here in this second half. For the Jackrabbits on the other side, not the best game, not the best game they've had, or the best start. But they are certainly not doing a bad job. They're doing what needs to be done. And if Western Illinois doesn't at least get or meet them halfway, they don't have to really be better than them. They just got to meet them halfway in order to be in this game. The score is now 17-3. So.
Yeah, well, we're about ready. That concludes our Jackrabbit halftime show. Thank you for listening to Jackrabbit Football on KSDJ Radio, your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics. As things are about set to get underway for the second half, going to go ahead and toss it over to the student voice of the Jackrabbits for today, Tristan Hanna. Go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, Braden. Just getting started here in the third. Jackrabbits 17. The Necks 3. Kickoff. Tyler Fieldcamp touches it. He has to pick it up and go with it. And hit hard.
Oh, there's a couple of punches being thrown here.
Oh, and there's a fight on the field.
Lots of people getting involved here. A majority of the Jackrabbits staying back. Fight breaking out at about the 35-yard line. There's multiple flags on the field.
Do not know what occurred there.
Finally, the two teams get separated and the referees have a convention.
Yeah, we'll see what Aaron Adams and his companions see or saw on the field. I think there were multiple calls other than just the fight that happened or occurred. This is a very feisty game.
Yeah, there's a lot of pent-up aggression, I feel like, coming from Western Illinois' side. You know, things haven't been clicking for them so far, and they're having a tough time trying to find an identity with the different personnel changes.
Yeah, they
40 fouls against both teams. Unsportsmanlike conduct, South Dakota State, number 26. Unsportsmanlike conduct, 24, Western Illinois. Those penalties were offset. Those are the first unsporting penalties for each of those players.
So no ejections come down off of that, as we're now seeing and hearing the reaction from it on the video board. So offsetting penalties. Things will be set up right at the 21-yard line. And hopefully we go on like nothing happened.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to the actual game. Brunowski claps, pass it off to Isaiah. Isaiah on the left side, still on his feet, a flag on the field.
Isaiah Davis, the ball carrier.
We'll see what that flag was.
Offense, number 74, 10-yard penalty. It's still first down.
Now, the thing with some extracurricular activity like that, of what transpired, it's a really mental game.
Yeah.
Football is, and so things transpiring like that might have a little bit of an effect on that, and that might have been the reason for that holding call that backs the Jacks up to the 11.
Yeah, first down and 20. They'll have to try and make something happen here. Gronowski collapse. He's looking for a pass. Davis on the right side, caught at the 10.
Gronowski's pass is complete to Davis.
Still a long way to go for the Jackrabbits if they want a first down. If you're just joining us, the score is now 17-3. We're just getting started here in the second half of this game. 14 minutes, 6 seconds remaining. A lot of time left in the game. Jackson sets up on the outside. Davis. Gronowski with a pass in the middle. And caught by Mike Morgan.
That's a Jackrabbit first and 10.
First down for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski finding Morgan in the middle of the field.
Ball is at the 31.
Great play there a moment ago. Now, new set of downs for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski has Davis in the back of him. Jackrabbits in motion. Collapse, hands off. Davis through the middle. And a great run for the flag on the field.
Yeah, a lot of laundry coming out on the field so far in this second half. This very young second half, might I add.
Personal foul, blindside block, offense, number 10. It's a 15-yard penalty. It's still second down.
And the Jackrabbits going to have to go back 15 yards.
First down.
And then we'll have a first down.
So yeah, that's going to be a 1st and 20.
So they're going to end up right back where they were before the play. Almost like the play never happened, basically.
Yeah, it's going to be 1st and 21. A long ways to go. They're backed up on their own 20 now. The line to gain at the 41.
In motion, Johnson and Gronowski. Passes off to Johnson. Gets through. Johnson still on his feet. Gains about 5 yards on that play. Amar Johnson, the sophomore.
Gain of 6.
Yeah, the Jacks are climbing uphill right now, but they're doing a good job of making sure that they don't just concede. They're going to fight their way through this possession and see if they can't get somewhere on it.
Right. Amar Johnson on the side of Gronowski. Gronowski sets his feet, passes, middle field. Almost caught. Not quite, though. Devon Cole Jr. Devin Cole Jr. had his hands on it. Couldn't quite keep it.
Yep, so that's going to set up a 3rd down. And again, the Jacks, still a long way to go, 15 yards. Let's see what they and offensive coordinator Zach Lujan can pull out of a hat here.
3rd down and 15 for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski claps, gives it off to his teammate Johnson. And that's going to be a 4th down.
That was carried by Mark Johnson.
So indeed, it will not be enough for a first down, but they get back within the original distance. So they're set up at a 4th and 9, and now the punt team comes out. And the Leathernecks are back to receive.
Flag on the field.
And it's going to be a false start. So that will back them up. And the offense kind of seems a little bit shaken up for some reason. Just can't seem to find ways to not only move the ball as well as they could in the first half, but just some procedure penalties and some fundamental penalties. You know, a block in the back, a false start, things like that.
Yeah.
And I'm sure the whole entirety of the offense and even the special teams are going to be glad to get this one over.
Yeah, shaky start for the Jackrabbits here in this early third quarter. Finally gets the punt up.
So that'll be down on the other side of the 50-yard line, barely on the other side of the 50-yard line. I think they're going to go ahead and mark that at about the 45. So that's where we will set up, and that's where we'll be when we come back here on KSDJ Radio. 17-3, the Jackrabbits up over the Leathernecks. We'll be back right after this.
Neil Armstrong waited 6 hours and 39 minutes to step onto the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to the Dana J. Daghouse Stadium. If you are just joining us, today's football game is the Jackrabbits versus the Leathernecks of Western Illinois. Jackrabbits still have a decent-sized lead, 17-3, here in the third, very early in the third. Western Illinois still has a lot of time to win this game if they want to, or if they can handle the pressure. They are now on offense with their quarterback, Clay Bruno, who's looking for a long pass, and it is picked.
Excellent retaliation, and hopefully that'll help springboard them into an offensive drive where they can minimize the penalties and be able to move the ball a little bit more.
Yeah, just like we talked about before this half started, they said, well, we were talking about how like it's so hard, like every time the offense is due for the Leathernecks, it is always turned over. Always, majority of the time is turned over. It never goes their way. They're just having such a hard time. And the right play calls have yet to be made by their coordinators. The Jackrabbits will take possession on offense once again.
Yeah, well, this time they're going to be backed up pretty far into their territory, not like they haven't been so far today.
Ball is carried by number 3 for the Jacks, Amar Johnson.
Amar Johnson.
On the play. Tackle was made from 5. Mike Newman.
Second and 6 for the Jackrabbits here in the third. Coming off a pick
6 from the 15-yard line.
From the Jackrabbits. Mark Gronowski sets his team up. They're in motion, passes it to Davis. Davis on the right side. It is brought down, and it's good for a first down.
Yeah, way to push forward from Davis. You know, getting them a first down and getting their backs further and further away from their own end zone. It's always a good thing.
Jackrabbits on the 22-yard line. First and 10 for the Jackrabbits. Gronowski. Davis receives it, and he'll take it all the way. And here's Davis, still on his feet. Good enough for another first down.
Ball carrier vision. You know, I always say it, he hasn't. He just finds a lane, finds a couple of holes to get through, and all of a sudden, they're up to the 38.
Yeah. At this point, they're just giving it away now because they're just giving the ball straight to Davis and say, Davis, just go for it. They're saying it's no need to give the ball to Gronowski and then to Davis. They're just giving it straight to Davis, and Davis is going straight to work. Gronowski now sets up. Davis on the left. Angel Johnson on the right. He's going to pass it this time, looks like. And he's going to take it himself, and it's a flag on the field, but still running.
Gronowski has had a lot of room. He's going to be all the way up. It's probably coming back, however, judging by the reaction of those two tail linemen that are still back.
I think it might be good. I don't know. We'll have to wait for the call, though.
We will have to wait for the call. And indeed, it is going to be coming back. That's a tough break for them because, you know, part of me tells myself that the Leathernecks, the Leathernecks kind of half gave up as soon as they saw that flag. Maybe some of them gave up and allowed some of that room for Gronowski. But still, either way, in the event that it wasn't, Gronowski got a huge chunk of yardage on that, and now it's all erased, and in fact, it's going to be a spot foul, so they're going to be back even further than where they were before.
First and 20 now for the Jackrabbits. Long way to go. Score 17-3. Gronowski sends Jackson. Yankee in motion, and he sent it to him this time. Yankee, clear, spin move, and knocked over.
Good athletes all around on this Jackrabbit offense, and they're back within past the original line of scrimmage now. It'll be 2nd and 9, but they're still moving the ball, and obviously they're not going to get all of that yardage that they lost back in one play. But chipping away at it so far, it's a good start for them.
Great start so far. Gronowski sets his teammate, Amar Johnson, who's now on the right of him, gives it to him, and doesn't get anywhere. It's going to be third down. Third down and 8, I'm assuming. Oh, third down and 9.
Yep, they're going to keep it at that. There was no gain, so.
Third down and 9 for the Jackrabbits. We are approaching the 7-minute mark here in the third quarter.
Set up 2 receivers to each side and the back in the backfield.
Yeah. Davis in the middle. Doesn't feed him, though. Jaden Yankee with the catch. And it's good enough for a first down.
Nice vision by Gronowski to find the open man, in this case being Jaden. Yankee. He finds it across the middle, gets it in there, and the Jackrabbits are up to the Leatherneck 40.
Jaden Yankee with the catch. That now puts the Jackrabbits on the 40-yard line. Gronowski claps. Isaiah Davis with a fake. Passes to his brother, Jackson, who's still on his feet, hopping on one leg.
Jackson Yankee with the reception.
He just wouldn't go down. There's no quit in this team. There's no quit in the Yankees, and specifically on that play, no quit in Jackson.
Yep.
He finds a way, keeps pushing forward, gets the first down, and they're even deeper into Leatherneck territory.
Yeah, the Yankee brothers showing out today. Back-to-back plays. First to Jaden, then to Jackson. They're set up again on both sides. This time they're going to go to Davis, who's going to run on the right side, get through, still on his feet, and a great run by Isaiah Davis. Good enough for a first down.
You know, I mentioned in the first half that you don't really think of Isaiah Davis as an elusive back, even though he can be, and he certainly is. That is a prime example of him bullying his way to where he wants to be, finally being brought down by a host of white jerseys, and once again, deeper and deeper into Western Illinois territory, now inside the red zone.
Yeah, Isaiah Davis is so strong. So strong, and this team needs him so much. They rely on him and his strengths. Gronowski gives it to Davis once again. Davis still on his feet and brought down, looks like the 10, or the 5-yard, sorry. The 5-yard line, or thereabout.
Gain of 7 on the play. What was at the 6?
It's going to be second down and 6. Isaiah Davis, not a lot on that one.
Davis, the ball carrier, stopped by Mullins.
I don't think any yardage or gain on that play.
So it looks like there's going to be an injured player on the field. We'll go ahead and step aside here on KSDJ Radio. We'll give you the update on him when we come back. Thank you for listening on your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics, KSDJ.
Hey guys, it's me, Isabella Gomez, filling in for Smokey Bear because he's got more to say than just...
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Like, if you're outside enjoying a barbecue, don't let a hamburger distract you from fire safety. Make sure you aren't dumping your hot coals or ashes onto the ground because that could start a wildfire. So take wildfire prevention seriously and let's save the world one day at a time. Juntos con Smokey Bear, podemos hacerlo. Go to smokeybear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the Lingo.
GOAT, G-O-A-T, acronym, stands for Greatest of All Time. As in, spaghetti sandwiches for dinner? They're my fave. Dad, you're the GOAT.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to the Dan and Jay Dykow Stadium. We are in the third quarter here. Sunny day in Brookings, South Dakota. Not a bad day at all, really. Great day for some football. Where the Jacks are taking on the Leathernecks. The Jacks have the advantage, 17-3. That's the score over the course of 3 quarters. Or just 4 minutes left in the third quarter here. It's been a great day of football. The fans of SDSU are willing on their Jackrabbits. And they really want to see them win. Not necessarily a lot of Western Illinois fans in Brookings right now, or in the stadium, that we can see. wearing the purple, gold, and white. We see a lot of blue and gold, certainly, as we are about to get in to the remainder of this third quarter. Mark Gronowski. He's going to hold it. Almost sacked. He has a lot of time. Passes it in the corner, and it's nobody there.
You know, that shows the field general side of Gronowski. Even as he had the pressure in his face, backed up, and trying to evade the tacklers, he was still pointing and directing his receivers down the field. Excellent leadership coming from Gronowski, but going to come up just short, and it's going to be a 4th and 5 now, and they're going to go ahead and bring the field goal unit out.
Hunter Dustman will try and gain 3 points for the Jackrabbits here. And they do.
Hunter Dustman, 25-yard field goal is good.
Score is now 20-3.
Yeah, just a little update. That injured player that they took the timeout for, Nick Davenport, it looked like he could walk off under his own power at the end of that. So hopefully good news on him. But 20-3, we're going to go ahead and step aside once again here on KSDJ Radio. We'll be back right after this on your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it, unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
We are back. We are happy to have you listening to us here on KSDJ, the home of SDSU Athletics, the student home, rather, I should say. And it's been a pleasure to have you a part of our family listening with us. We know that there are many ways to listen or to watch this game, and for us to have you a part of our network it's
special.
Yeah, it's special.
Yeah, it's awesome. You know, student radio, definitely a very good media outlet and just a tool for students to use. You know, actually just this past Monday, Jonathan Carl, the chief Washington correspondent for ABC News, came and visited as part of the Dashel Dialogues. He stayed an extra day to come visit with my basic media writing class, and he said student radio and student newspaper are some of the funnest, the most fun time he's had as a journalist, and it is a huge part of what helped him get to where he is. So, you know, student radio, an excellent place to just kind of hone your skills, have some fun, and watch a pretty good football game.
Yeah, it really is. We will continue to bring athletics throughout the year.
And a ton of other things, too.
Yeah.
Stay tuned for that.
Yeah, this ball does not want to stay in the uprights or on the field today.
Yep. So, once again, Dallas Beanham coming out to hold it for Green as he kicks it off.
Jack Green, the freshman from Rapid City, the local native. Very confusing on who's the returner for Western Illinois there, but nevertheless.
Jackrabbits, Matthew Durant with the tackle on the kickoff.
The offense
Western Illinois
of the Leathernecks will now come out.
The 28-yard line.
As you can hear in the background, marching band of South Dakota State University. play Bruno, not the kind of day he's looking for. And almost, not almost, it was fumbled, but almost recovered by the opposing team of South Dakota State University. Not quite the game that Bruno was looking for, really. He's looking for a better game than this one. I can promise you that. But Bruno, he has helped gotten his team closer to the field goal line as he now passes off to Reed, his running back, who was brought down. Yeah, Jalen Reed, Nasami Brentley, Armstrong, and Jackson really are the, I would say, the go-tos on Western Illinois team. 3rd down and 11 already, and they've recently gotten possession of the ball. It just goes to show you how fast the defense works. And caught, and that's going to be a 4th down.
Runner's pass is complete. Annenbach with the tackle. On the reception, Armstrong. That'll bring up 4th down.
The punt team of the Jackrabbits, or Western Illinois rather.
Tackle was made by Nathan Questions. Bellcat with the return.
They're going to count that as a return
Jackson will begin at their 33
and a takedown instead of a fair catch, as it was called very late by field count. Didn't make it clear as to what he was going to do. But Phil Kemp will stay on the field as a wide receiver in this possession, as Gronowski and Isaiah Davis and the Yankee brothers set up on the outside. Phil Kemp right on the inside of them. In motion, Jackrabbits. Clap by Gronowski, and Davis is brought down. Not really getting a whole lot of yards there. This quarter feels like it went by quicker than any other quarter, really. 1 minute 40 already in the third.
It does seem like it did go a lot quicker. Yeah, down to just $1.30 left. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, there also hasn't been a lot of scoring.
It hasn't. There's been a lot of back and forth, especially when it's time for the offense of Western Illinois to come out. And here's Gronowski with a pass, caught. Yankee is clear, goes in, and I don't think. It's a first and 10 for the Jackrabbits. The ball is now going to be placed on the 43-yard line. John Stiglmeyer wants to set his team up in the right way. Gronowski claps, gives it off to Davis. Davis fighting through. And like we just talked about earlier this game, Davis just finding a way to bully his way where he needs to get or needs to go. And he's really a tough one to stop.
Game of 7.
Yeah, they're going to run the clock out here in this quarter. That's going to be the end of the third. We'll pick up in a new 15 minutes here for the fourth.
Fans, please welcome to the field for South Dakota State dance team.
Yep, so we'll be right back here on KSDJ Radio, student home, for Jackrabbit Athletics. 20-3, Jackrabbits lead it over Western Illinois. Illinois again, man. We'll be back right after this.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here. Glad to have you. We are just about to enter or go into the introduction here of the fourth quarter in this battle between the Jackrabbits and the Leathernecks. If you don't know the score, let me enlighten you. Jackrabbits have 20 and the Leathernecks have 3. Down on the field is the Hy-Vee field goal kick. And this kicker is not one that is very gifted in this way.
You're still going home with a $10 gift card, courtesy of Hy-Vee. There is a helpful smile in every eye.
Yeah, like I said, a great day for football. Here in Brookings, South Dakota, not too cold, just a little bit of wind down there on the field, or maybe it feels that way up here because we are very high up. But just a windy day. The sun's out. It's not too cold. It's not cold, really. I call this cold because where I'm from, this is pretty cold to me. I call anything cold down here.
Yeah.
But this is...
Guess what? I'm from North Dakota. It's normal to get 30 below zero.
Yeah. Yeah.
Two total opposite places.
Gronowski claps. Fakes off to Davis. Is going for a long pass.
Oh, wow.
It might be caught, and it is not.
Whoa.
Wow. That
was close.
Could have been the play of the game easily.
And now there's a player injured down on the 35, the Jackrabbit 35.
Jaden Yonke got too excited for that play, as we do have our injured player from Western Illinois.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and step aside and give an update on him when we come back. We'll be back here on Student Home for Jackrabbit Athletics, KSDJ Radio, right after this.
Here's a fun fact for you. The average chameleon can point their eyes in 2 different directions. On the other hand, the average human can't. So unless you're a chameleon, there's absolutely no way you can focus on texting and driving at the same time. So don't do it. Unless you're a chameleon.
Visit StopTextsStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I love this song! I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Yeah, welcome back to the Dana J. Dackhouse Stadium. We have a great day of football going on. Jackrabbits versus the Leathernecks. It's been a great game so far, at least for the blue and gold, I should say. Western Illinois doesn't really agree with that statement that I made of being a good game, because every time they're on offense, things seems not to go their way, and then they do, as you can see by the score, have a problem with defense. So not quite the game for them, but for the Jackrabbits and the Jackrabbit fans, they are loving this. They are loving this. 14 minutes, 52 seconds left. Not a lot really went on. Of course, not a lot of time escaped from the clock. We're just starting the fourth quarter, as teams are going to break huddles right now to head back on the field. The Jackrabbits are on offense. 3rd down currently and 4. As we hear the Jackrabbit marching band willing on their Jackrabbits on the field. Gronowski claps. It's going to give it to Davis. And Davis, it's in there for a first down. Field camp, and Davis is going to leave the field for Amar Johnson to enter. Gronowski. We'll see what the play coordinators and John Stiegelmeier has for this possession. Amar Johnson with the football. He has to beat one player to be clear and taken down for a 1st and 10 here in the 4th.
Yeah, just finding his way through, and really it looks like he's running down a hill as they go further and further into WIU territory. One thing to note on the far sideline, they still have the medical tent set up. And so no sign yet of injured player from earlier on in the game, Nick Davenport. I couldn't quite get the number on the most recent injury for Western Illinois on that missed play to Yankee, but
Angel Johnson tripped up, gets halfway.
Angel Johnson with the carry. Tackle was made by Eli West.
2nd down and 5. Angel Johnson's going to leave the field.
Ball is at the 29, 2nd down and 5.
I think this one's going to go to Davis for him to run, but we'll see. Here's Gronowski with the clap. It's a fake to Davis. Gronowski getting out of trouble. He is going to be in there for a 1st down.
Yeah, excellent vision. He stepped up into the pocket, ran out when he saw the total lapsing, ran out to the right side and got across, and yet another injury for Western Illinois on the far sideline.
And it's always in that exact same spot.
At the same spot on the 35-yard line.
I don't know, like, they have bad luck today. Today is just, it's not going their way.
Yeah, so that injury still, that injured player still on the ground. The huddle of Western Illinois Leathernecks huddling around him.
Yep. It's the Jackrabbits break huddle. 1st and 10 for the Jackrabbits. The ball is on the 24-yard line. They're getting closer and closer to their destination. Gronowski, wide receivers on two ends. Here's Davis. It's going to run. Gain some yards, certainly. Field count will leave. The play callers on the sidelines giving signal as to what play should come next to Gronowski, and he's now telling his teammates as we are just about to reach the 12-minute mark here in the fourth, where the score is 20-3 Jackrabbits. Gronowski claps, receives, passes. Jaden almost caught, and it's a no catch.
Yeah, the play action, excellent design. Gronowski just got the ball a little bit too low for Yankee to be able to come up with it, and that'll set up the 3rd and 5.
Great game offensively for the Jackrabbits. Of course, they've had so many chances, courtesy of the lack of defense on the opposing side of the Leathernecks. Pass caught, and it is a touchdown. Or is it? They're going to call it off.
Yep. The pass is going to be complete. That's for sure. They might mark him down just shy of the goal line, though.
Okay. So they're saying it's 1st and goal, but the Jackrabbit fans think otherwise. And really and truly, just from a football perspective, so do I. I feel like that was a touchdown.
Yeah, it was an excellent display of athleticism, though, in heads-up football.
Yeah.
Because he reached his arm over.
Yeah, and as they look at the replay, they're really seeing, like, hey, like, this is clearly a touchdown, but his hand touched.
Yeah,
but the ball still ended up in the. I don't know. It's tough.
They're going to go ahead and review it. The thing to look at with this, you have to look at where his body makes contact with the ground. But with a touchdown, it doesn't matter if your body makes contact with the touchdown with the ground before the ball does. Because no matter what, if the ball reaches across the plane of the end zone, it's a touchdown. So they just have to look from the best place to look at this from would be a dead-on, straight-on shot. I don't know if they have that in their arsenal. But Yankee just diving in there, leaps up in the air. And the best shot they got on TV on Midcoast Sports, they might have it just shy of the goal line from what I can see.
His body's still yet to touch. Okay, now it's on the ground.
If his elbow touches before the ball breaks the plane, it's down short. And if it is short, if it is indeed short, it's a great call by the refereeing crew to be able to see that and call that as the official call on the field. So we are awaiting the call, and here it is.
After further review, it was determined that the ball carrier did not touch the ground before entering the end zone. Therefore, we're going to touch it.
All right, so they will reverse the call. It's going to be a Jackrabbit touchdown.
Yeah, the Jackrabbits have to wait to celebrate, but now they finally do after a play review, which indeed states that it was a touchdown. And it looked to me like a touchdown. It looked like it was clean.
Yeah.
And they just had to make sure, and it certainly was. Hunter Dustman now has the opportunity to give his team an extra point.
You know, that's the first receiving touchdown of the day as well.
Wow.
That one's up and through. Yeah, first receiving touchdown of the day. The previous 2 had been rushing touchdowns, one from Davis and one from Gronowski.
Right.
So that's the first touchdown through the air. Yankee puts it across the goal line. Excellent play.
(27-3). Jackrabbits are up. 11 minutes, 41 seconds left here in the fourth. And the Jackrabbits have full control over the Leathernecks.
Yep, so we'll go ahead and step aside here on KSDJ Radio. Your student home for Jackrabbit Athletics will be back here at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium right after this.
Neil Armstrong
If a
waited
natural
6
disaster
hours
comes
and
knocking,
39
how
minutes to
prepared is
step
your
onto
family?
the surface of the moon. Jackie Robinson waited 20 months to play his first game with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And even DiCaprio had to wait 22 years to win an Oscar. You can wait until your destination. Don't text and drive.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
I spent a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. And in '09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Glad to have you back here with us as we are now in the fourth quarter of the Jackrabbits versus the Leathernecks. The Jackrabbits in full control, 27-3 here in the fourth. 11 minutes, 41 seconds remaining. Jack Green and his buddies down there going over the plan as they're going to try to get this football to stick. It hasn't been sticking all day.
Looking back at that last drive, 11 plays, 67 yards, taking 5 minutes and 14 seconds off the clock. Capped off by that touchdown pass from Mark Gronowski, a 19-yard touchdown pass.
They're going to run this back. Still on his feet. A great run.
On the return for the Leathernecks, number 13, Jay Carter.
The offense of the Leathernecks will have full possession and a new set of downs as they come on the field. Hopefully, they'll have a chance today to score a touchdown.
Yeah, you know, taking a look at the two teams, they're pretty even in, let me put it this way. They're pretty even in passing yards. Western Illinois having 107 on the day so far. South Dakota State, 188.
Okay.
Rushing yards, it's a little bit more lopsided. South Dakota State with 215 and Western Illinois with 27.
Okay.
So in terms of total yards, the Jackrabbits are outpacing them 403 to 134.
Wow.
But one thing to note, the Jackrabbits have had more penalties. They've had 5 penalties for a total of 45 yards taken away, while the Leathernecks have had 2 penalties for 21 yards.
Okay. Great analysis there by Braden Byers. If you're still with us, thank you for staying with us throughout the course of this game. You know, it's been, football games can be or feel long. And thank you for choosing us to receive your coverage. Jackrabbits, like we said, 27, Leathernecks 3 as they make their way on the field. Western Illinois will have the offensive side of this.
Yeah, and make sure to join us this evening at Frost Arena at 6 o'clock in a little bit over an hour away from now as the South Dakota Showdown in volleyball happens. Definitely would be awesome to break the attendance record for volleyball today.
Yeah.
That would be a great thing, so make sure to join us for that.
Reed gets it and pulled back. Great defense. By the Jackrabbits.
Yeah, good stand by the Jacks to push them back a couple of yards. A few yards, I should say, as that was 3 yards, and now they're set up at their own 25.
Quick pass, and it's a great pass down the middle.
Yep, Jalen Jackson on the reception. Gets it enough for a first down. I thought they were going to mark it just short for a second, but
Clay Bruno still receiving a play from the sideline. It seems like Western Illinois doesn't have any plays lined up ahead of time, as they are going to go for a pass in the corner on the left. Couldn't quite get there.
Yeah, that was almost a good reception from Brantley. Had one hand on it, just couldn't quite bring it down as he was going down onto the turf. And that'll set up a 2nd and 10 on their own 42.
Bruno launches and caught. Looks to be.
Yeah, but it looks like they'll mark it just short of the first down, about a 3rd and 1 coming up now.
Okay.
Third down and 1.
Third down and 1. They're going to run it here. The Leathernecks hoping to get a breakthrough here in this quarter. Is it possible? Of course it is. Does it look possible today? By the previous plays and the previous set of the energy that the Leathernecks have brought, can they still win this game? Personally, I don't know. I don't think that'll happen today. But certainly anything can happen. Anything can happen. I just think it'll take a whole lot for Western Illinois to pull this one off today. Still a lot of time left. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. That's a lot of time, and they are in offense right now as we speak. Clay Bruno passes and caught. They're going to say the ball hit the floor before he caught it. Brantley sets up on the outside. Third down and 8 for Western Illinois. Clay Bruno and Jalen Reed. The mean course and slapped away. Just great defense.
Yep, again. Excellent jump by the Jackrabbit defense, especially by Beanham. He got a jump on it. He almost timed that perfectly.
Yeah, he really did.
Just couldn't bring that down.
Yeah.
And if he had timed that perfectly, that's gone. That's a pick six. No doubt about it.
And he would have had a clear way in front of him, too.
Mm-hmm.
Jackrabbits want a 4th down. Well, it was already 4th down. They're just going to go for it here. They want to stop them. Clay Bruno and Jalen Green getting in motion. Bruno receives. The defense of South Dakota is there, and it's a sack by SDSU.
Just a big sack from Caleb Sanders, the senior out of Glenwood, Iowa, to force the turnover on downs, put the Jackrabbits back on offense, and beyond that, inside Leatherneck territory, in great position to maybe put some more points onto the board to essentially actually seal it.
The second sack of the game by Caleb Sanders, number 99, giving you 99 reasons not to mess with him today versus the Leathernecks. .58 on the clock, 27 for the Jackrabbits, 3 for the Leathernecks. Gronowski has been brought down. It's a sack for Western Illinois.
Yep, they return the favor.
Great response.
The Jackrabbits get set back a little bit. They'll spot that at the 50-yard line.
Yep. Great response by the defense of Western Illinois, saying, okay, SDSU, I gotta admit, that was great defense on us, but let me show you how it's actually done. And in return, giving a sack to Gronowski. Well, Gronowski's going to set up again, but this time further back with his teammate Isaiah Davis on the left of him. And he's going to hand it off, and Davis is clear all day. He's on the right side, gets past one, but gets knocked out of bounds. And clearly, first and 10, obviously.
Yep. They're going to spot him at the 12 of the Leathernecks. Excellent ball carrier vision. Davis hit the edge.
Yeah.
Had green space in front of him, and he turned on the Jets, man, all the way down until eventually getting forced out of bounds at the 12-yard line, setting up the Jacks deep inside the red zone, and another great opportunity to put some points up.
Just perfect timing, too, by Davis to be patient, wait for the gap to open, and then he just ran through it. Gronowski now sending his team in motion, gives it to Davis again. Davis, this time clear again, and this one is a touchdown by the Jackrabbits.
That power back showing through, makes it cut, turns upfield, has a Leatherneck on him, trying to bring him down. He drags himself and the opposing tackler into the end zone for 6.
Yeah, just great vision by Gronowski and great athleticism from Isaiah Davis to fight his way in there for the touchdown. The Jacks are awaiting the approval of an extra point, but right now the score sits at 33-3. Jackrabbits up by 30, and they could be up 31 if the kick is good, and of course it is. 34-3, Jackrabbits lead. They are not letting go on the gas today. They are just willing on and not stopping at all. No matter what the score is, they're going to keep pushing.
Yep, that's a 3-play, 42-yard drive off of that two spectacular runs for Isaiah Davis. 199 yards on the day off of 27 carries. And that 38-yard run, the longest of the day. We'll go ahead and step aside here on KSDJ Radio. 34-3, the Jacks are up. We'll be back for the remainder of the fourth quarter right after this on KSDJ Radio.
I spent a lot of time in the garage, but even more time in the rain and mud. In '95, I helped tow your moving trailer. And in '09, it was sparks from me, your chains, dragging behind your truck that accidentally started a wildfire.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love nachos.
Loving everything? You might be buzzed.
You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to the Jackrabbits versus the Leathernecks. If a football game was an essay, we would be in the conclusion right now, wrapping things up. Not necessarily, but almost there. 7 minutes, 27 seconds left in the fourth. The reason I say the conclusion is because the score is 34-3. Jackrabbits lead by 31.
Yeah, to be honest, all the Jackrabbits really need to do is tie this thing up nicely with a bow and slap a card on it.
Yeah.
Call it Christmas.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really well written, too, by the Jackrabbits. It'll be such a great letter if they can finish off right and strongly. Jackrabbits defense waiting for their play call. But the offense has switched quarterbacks to Henry Ugla. The quarterback who's going to conclude this game seems to be for Western Illinois offense. He, along with Jalen Reed, and then, of course, the wide receiver that is not new to us, Brantley, sits on the outside. Here's Ugla. Looking. Gets through. He's going to run. Spin move. And a great run by Ugla.
Yeah, a very good run by Ogala, and he gets it all the way down just short of the first down, you know. You can tell that he's more of a dual threat quarterback, perhaps, than Bruno.
Yeah.
But he just didn't seem to be the right fit when they tried him out earlier this season.
I think he is more athletic, certainly, just by running. I haven't seen much of running from Bruno's this game. Great pass just now as well.
Yep, a lot of reserves coming in here.
Yeah.
Jay Parker on the reception for the Leathernecks. And that'll set up at their 44.
Almost a false start there. But the unorganized offense seems to continue for Western Illinois. And getting a good jump is the Jackrabbits. Caught. And a clear field ahead of him. That is Brantley. Brantley, fumble, but caught and received by his teammate. And if I'm correct, that's going to be a touchdown for Western Illinois.
It is going to be a touchdown. Indeed.
The Leathernecks receiving their first touchdown for this game. The score is now 9-34. Jackrabbits still have the lead.
So the PAT attempt coming.
And it is blocked, but still good. You don't see that every day. Luck on the side of Western Illinois as the Jackrabbits will take offense again. I don't know if they will sit Mark Gronowski down and bring in a substitute quarterback, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, just under 6 minutes left to go in the fourth. You'd think they might want to preserve Mark Gronowski and most of the starters and get ample playing time. I know that's a huge thing of importance for Coach John Stiglmeyer. But we will see what he decides to do.
Five minutes, 54. I think there are too many players on the field. John Stiglmeyer is having a conversation with his players before they go out on the field here. In the fourth quarter, Jackrabbits 34, the Leathernecks 10. 5 minutes, 54 left here. Breaking huddle now is Western Illinois. They're going to go, I believe, for a short kick. I don't know.
Ball's going to come off the tee again.
I think they're going to go for a very short
I think
kick.
they're going to try and kick it onside.
Yeah, they might go to the left on this one. It looks like they want to stay. It's a very windy day, and kickers hate windy days.
Nope, and they're going to boot it all the way down.
Field Camp is going to try and take this one on the right side, still on his feet, taken down at the 25. On the 22, rather.
Tyler Field Camp on the return. Tackle was made by Eli West.
First and 10, that's going to be for the Jackrabbits coming on offense. We'll see if they switch quarterbacks.
Next will begin first and 10 at their 22.
And
yep, they will.
Yeah. They're going to go to Caden Hyde from Minnesota. He's a senior.
Yeah, you know, Keaton Heide coming in instead of Rudy Voss. Rudy Voss is really a dual threat quarterback, usually mostly used in running position. He provided a good backup for Chris Oladokin the year that Gronowski was out, but now coming in Keaton Heide to finish things out as we are under 6 minutes left to play in the fourth. That'll set up a 2nd and 7 on their own 25 now.
2nd down and 7.
Getting 3 on the play.
3 yards was gain on the play. Heide claps. Gives it to Johnson. Johnson on the right side, taken down. I think probably about a yard was gained. As we noticed, the Jackrabbit fans are leaving, some of which are leaving the stadium, because the score is 34-10, and early on it was 34-3, giving them more of a reason to not want to watch the remainder of the game. That's the thing about what I was talking about, blowouts early on in the first quarter. I think they would rather see a tighter game than a blowout. They just end up leaving like they're doing right now. Heide gets locked up and sacked on the far side. And that is going to be 4th down.
Yeah, so quick 3 and out for the Jackrabbit offense. So we tick under 4 minutes left to go in the fourth quarter. 34-10, the punt team is going to come out. Dustman almost back. He's on the 3-yard line.
Yeah, just under 3 minutes, 30 seconds left here in this game. So we'll call a fair catch, or he called a fair catch, but he still ran with it.
Now flag's going to be on the play.
Yeah, pretty confusing play.
Yeah, if you call a fair catch, you can't run it. You can't run it.
That's why it was so confusing.
Yeah.
3:26 on the clock. The ball is on the 18.
Because, I mean, you know, here's the verdict. Yeah, there's not going to be a foul on the play. They're just going to call it at the spot that he fair caught it at. Because if you call a fair catch and you run it down, who's going to get a penalty if they try and tackle him?
Right.
The defense.
It's dead.
The ball's dead as soon as it touches the receiver.
Yeah.
So.
Here is Ogala. Pass. He's going to throw it away. The referees are huddling up. Not sure what they want to call here.
And the flag will now be on the play. And it's going to be intentional grounding. So that'll back up the Leathernecks a little bit. Intentional grounding because he threw it out of bounds from the pocket.
Okay.
And it didn't reach across the line of scrimmage.
Catch made by Western Illinois.
Going to be Jay Parker's.
Yeah, just about 3 minutes remaining here in this game. Jackrabbits still up 34-10. And I think it's going to be a timeout for the Jackrabbits. And we will take a break here and be back to conclude this game. And after we conclude it, we're going to stay tuned for our post-game review by Braden Byers.
Uh-oh, Brad's buzzed.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's starting with the woots. And now a speech.
I just want to say that friendship is about heart and brain. Who's with me?
Good thing is, he knows when he's buzzed.
And my brain is saying, when it's time to go home, somebody call me a ride.
Love that guy.
Me too.
Know your buzzed warning signs? Call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
As we switched from offense to defense on each side, the punt team will come out. Tyler field count for the Jackrabbits will receive and try and return it. 2 minutes, 42 seconds left in this game. Here's the punt. Field count. It'll bounce and go to bounce. Jackrabbits would huddle up to discuss the play.
Punt is out of bounds at the 35-yard line of the Jacks. 1st and 10.
Jackrabbits up 24 points here with 2:35 on the clock. They're going to set up offense. Heidi has a chance here. Hands it off. Taken down at the 40-yard line.
Number 28 for the Jacks, Josh Burride with carry. Sam Copeman, stop. Minute 5.
Jacks in the huddle. Not a lot left here in this game, like I said. When we wrap up this portion of the game, we'll give you a post-game review by Braden Briers. Jackrabbits just shy of first and goal, I believe.
West made the stop. That's the Jackrabbit first and 10.
Oh, they're going to give it to them. Give them a first and goal, first and 10. So they'll have a new set of downs with Heidi, the senior from Minnesota. The ball is now placed on the 45-yard line. Snaps. Received. Running back. It's taken down.
Josh Burride with the carry.
So Josh Burride gets into the game.
Officials timeout for a defensive injury.
Cuts up the field, and now another injured player down for Western Illinois.
It's just a bad, hard-lucky game for Western Illinois at this point. I can't even remember how many players from their side were injured today.
I think about four, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Maybe three or four.
3 or 4, definitely. Yeah, it's been multiple players. Yeah, the South Dakota State University Jackrabbits football coordinators, they sit on the side of us, and they're packing up. I would imagine the same thing is happening on the other side with the Leathernecks coordinators, who was further down, obviously for communications reasons. Doesn't want to hear any plays going down there on the field. They're wrapping up, so that's how you know we're getting ready to wrap up here. 55 seconds remaining on the clock.
Because of the injury, no reason for stopping the clock. Western Illinois has elected not to take a timeout. Therefore, clock operator, reset the game clock to 45 seconds, please. 45 seconds. It'll start on my whistle.
And referee Aaron Adams demanding the clock workers to put the time to 45 seconds. And the time will start on his command down there on the field. So no longer 55 seconds, 45 seconds rather, will be left up on the clock. And this one will be over. And we'll go to break and then wrap it up for you here as they are going to run the clock out.
Yep, Heidi takes the snap, kneels it down, as the two teams will now meet in the middle and shake hands. And that will bring us to the end as time ticks down. The two coaches meet at midfield. 34-10 going to be the final score. We'll step aside here on KSDJ. We'll have a 2-minute break, and then we'll be back to wrap things up and then send you on your way, preview what's coming up next week and stuff like that. Once again, final score 34-10. We will be back right after this.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. What about those round trips that you plan in advance, which are perfect on your way there and perfect on your way back? Or those meetings with friends for which you make a group chat 3 months before so that nobody or anything is missing? Or your daughter's first birthday party. You planned it with such dedication that instead of the first, it felt like our 15's. The same way you plan each detail for those moments. Start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit. And make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Welcome back here to Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. The final score, the South Dakota State Jackrabbits take it to the Western Illinois Leathernecks 34-10. Welcome into the Jackrabbit post-game show as the team meets and congregates at midfield after going and singing both the alma mater and the school song on the south end zone. As I mentioned, this is the Jackrabbit postgame show. Going to give you a quick recap, preview what's happening next week and what the deal with that will be, and then again, we will send you on your way. So, starting off, we're going to take a look at the leaders in each category for both teams. Jalen Reed is the leading rusher for Western Illinois, had 8 carries for 22 yards, an average of 2.8 yards per carry. The leading passer for Western Illinois, Clay Bruno, had 10 completions on 20 attempts and 1 interception, threw for 129 yards and had 2 sacks. In terms of receiving, Nassim Brantley was the top receiver, 4 catches for 107 yards, 56 was the long of that one. No touchdowns for him. The only receiving touchdown for Western Illinois was by the way of Jay Parker. He finished with 2 catches for 16 yards. On defense, the leading tackler for the Leathernecks is TJ Limehouse. He had 9 unassisted tackles, 2 assisted tackles for a total of 11. Now switching gears to the home team, your South Dakota State University Jackrabbits. Isaiah Davis, the leading rusher, had 27 carries for 199 yards, just shy of 200, 7.4 yards per carry for him. The leading passer, Mark Gronowski, 17 catches, 33 attempts, and 188 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 sack. The leading receiver, Jackson Yonke, had 9 catches for 94 yards, 1 touchdown, and 56 yards after catch. Looking on the opposite side of the ball for the Jackrabbits, Adam Bach, no surprise here, leading with 10 tackles total, 8 unassisted and 2 assisted. Taking a look at the scoring recap, this might take a while and my throat will probably hurt afterwards, but we'll do it anyway. Starting things off with 10 minutes and 17 seconds left in the first quarter after a 6-play, 52-yard drive. Isaiah Davis' 2-yard touchdown run puts them up 7-0. Also in the first quarter this time, within the last minute after a 14-yard, 79-play drive, Hunter Dustman puts it through the uprights to give the Jackrabbits a 10-0 lead off of his 27-yard field goal. Starting off in the second quarter, the Western Illinois Leathernecks finally get on the board. Their only score for some time, to be honest, that happened in the second quarter. An 11-yard, 66, an 11-play, 66-yard drive. And Mason Laramie puts it through for a 35-yard field goal. 10-3 is the score after that. And to finish things off for the first half, 9-play, 58-yard drive for the Jackrabbits, and Mark Gronowski finishes it off with his legs, an 11-yard touchdown run, and the score at halftime, 17-3. Moving into the second half, the only scoring drive in the third quarter was courtesy of the Jackrabbits. That's going to be a 12-play, 81-yard drive, culminating in a Hunter Dustman 25-yard field goal. And then getting into the fourth quarter, there's 3 scoring drives, 11-play, 67-yard. Jackson Yonke, had a 19-yard touchdown reception from Mark Gronowski. That'll put him up 27-3. And then to finish off South Dakota State's side, 3-play, 42-yard drive. Isaiah Davis finishes it off with a 12-yard touchdown run, and to cap things off in totality, Western Illinois drives for 4 plays, 75 yards. A 0-yard pass is what they have here from Parker to Ogala to finish things out. Final score, 34-10. Well, Tristan, going to go ahead and bring in the guy who did all the play-by-play in today. Any final thoughts before we go ahead and take a look at what's next?
I just thought it was a great game for the Jackrabbits, at least. They had great defense, even though their defense didn't really have a chance to showcase their skill set today as much as the offense did, simply because of the Leathernecks courtesy. They're just turning the ball over. They're just turning the ball over, and they didn't really give the chance of the Jackrabbit defense to show what they can do.
Yeah, definitely a great game overall. Now looking ahead to what's next week, the Jacks have a familiar foe, a very familiar foe just from south of here, coming up from Vermilion. The South Dakota Coyotes coming to town. That's after that. The South Dakota Showdown up next. Going to be my first one. I've heard it kind of gets a little bit crazy up here.
Very crazy.
I'm looking forward to it.
Not as crazy as the marker. Not as crazy as the NDSU versus SDSU, but it gets crazy.
Yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. That's going to be next week, October 8th, Saturday. Yep. Once again, a 2 p.m. kickoff pregame on KSDJ starting at 1:45. And then after that, the Jacks will head up north on I-29 up to my home state of Nodak, or as I like to say, Norcota, because people up there say it like that. I would know I am people up there. They go ahead and play up in Fargo at the Fargo Dome, which is a fantastic venue, by the way, for the Dakota Marker. That's going to be a fun one to see. And then after that, once again, back up north on I-29 to Grand Forks after that. So that's the next 3 games coming up for the Jacks. In terms of up next for Jackrabbit Athletics, well, here in about 35 minutes, the volleyball team's going to get started against the aforementioned South Dakota Coyotes, and the Coyotes are really hot, one of the hottest teams in NCAA Division I.
Yeah.
Just getting knocked off by North Dakota State earlier on in the week. They're looking to bounce back in a big way, so that one's going to be a fun one, and it's alumni night over there. So if you can, make sure to make it over to Frost Arena. If you can't, make sure to catch it on Jackrabbit All Access. I do believe that Brent Bowen will probably have the call on that one. Fantastic guy. He helps out with the Jackrabbit Sports Network with the pregame, halftime, and postgame show and stuff like that. Fantastic guy and everything like that. So that's it from us here at Dana J. Dykhouse Stadium. Final score 34-10. Want to thank everybody involved. Alongside me, Tristan Hanna. I had play-by-play today. Back in the studio, pushing the ones and twos, Matt Wieberdink. And, of course, our station advisor, our faculty advisor, Brian Stemwedel. I know he was tuning in a little bit. Not sure if he's still on and listening, but huge thanks to him for allowing us to do what we do. Once again, final score 34-10. We're going to go ahead and send you on your way. Make sure to head out to Frost Arena if you can. If you can't, no big sweat. But it's going to be fun over there. I can tell you that. I'm going to pack up real quick and head myself over there. But once again, final score 34-10 for Tristan Hanna. I'm Braden Byers saying so long, good afternoon, good evening, whichever one you consider this to be. Good night as well, because we won't see you then. And again, final score 34-10. And as always, go Jacks.